You're supposed to tell those to be gone, Chen.
Somebody born in the year 2000 is.
Don't think those things.
I did not like thinking that.
Not okay.
Well, why'd you do it? No one told you to do this.
Don't say words like this.
Started as a, oh, that's kind of cool, and then progressed to, oh god. That's not cool anymore.
Save your existential crises for outside the game. Your characters will be handling their own crises for the moment.
They have their own to deal with.
Crises.
Save your existential crisis for 40, because 30's a bitch.
Yep. Don't worry about your problems right now. We've got some crises that your characters.
Problems.
Yeah, we've got some crises that your characters will be dealing with in due time.
Ugh, what?
I tell you what.
I wish to get quashed.
I'm sure you do. In any case, yeah, welcome back. We're finally friggin' back to game again. And hopefully we can start getting a little bit more regular. Stuff is dying down for me, so I'm just doing some deadline stuff. Yeah. It means that we'll be doing more frequent games. Thank God.
Yeah.
Because boy are we overdue. That being said, let's do the recap, guys. Because it has been a minute, and it has been horrendously inconsistent since our last few sessions.
We went to Eden or Heaven or whatever, and we saw the two fuck boys, and they were like, "Hey, what's up?" We were like, "Nothing." "Hey, Walter, how's your little hideout doing over there?" And he went, "Boom, boom, boom." So we got on a train and we fought a shadow horseman, and then he blew up the train and we almost died.
Man,
that was great.
That is the most abridged recap I've ever fucking heard. Amazing.
That's
Man, that trumps anything that I could have done, so...
that's
Holy
a Chiron
shit.
story.
That is in fact a Chiron story, my friend. Well done.
Stay tuned for more Chiron caps.
I especially like the Walter impersonation. That was pretty
I recall very vividly when Walter went duh duh.
Dun, dun, exactly like that. Sure, we'll go with that. But let me clarify some things. Y'all basically were tasked with essentially going after the Void Rider because as the Herald, you know, the guy who's out to kill you pretty much said, we gotta get rid of this guy because he's a problem for both of us. And so, whether you were up for it or not, you kind of had to agree to it because, well, you know, letting the Void Rider run free is not a good idea. So, yep. So in the session before, you pretty much spent your time preparing and sorting out where he might strike, given that he could appear anywhere and you know, anywhere and everywhere essentially. And prepare you did. And
Many prepares.
Many preparations. Words. Many preparations.
Operation.
And you made your way not to the Eden, but to Hanging Gardens. Because,
You know what? Close enough, alright?
I'll give it to you. You tried. Hanging Gardens,
An attempt.
which is the, more agricultural-oriented part of the city, which is also home to many of the spires, which are kind of their giant farms. Because, you know, Brosnov's air isn't exactly of high quality, and so a lot of the stuff is, like, prepped and grown on the top of the towers that poke above the cloud lines. You know, past the smog. So, yeah. Man, this music is super intense right now for a recap.
It just slowly gets more intense.
That being said, yeah. you guys pretty much set off to find the spire that most resembled what looked like certain legends descriptions of a beast that basically rested upon a tower. And lo and behold, the Void Rider appeared right before you guys, and yeah, he charged forth, and you guys put a stop to his ass before he could make his way towards the tower, defeating him soundly, and albeit a very harrowing fight, given that you had to fight on a personalized train for the spire, and having it crash.
Yeah, stopping ass. Yeah.
Not to mention that two of us muscle-bound characters were getting pretty toyed on by the little shadow shits that he summoned.
Yeah, his the people that died as he passed through became shadowy minions, and they almost made good work of you guys, but you were able to pull through. And then the boss man himself decided to turn around and square up.
Bossman.
Good, because otherwise he would have been a bitch.
Yeah.
He would have.
But he wasn't. That guy? Yeah, Void Rider ain't no bitch, but he was defeated. And defeatable. You were able to survive the crash and destroy the lance. Thus quickly ending the threat of the Void Rider.
Hooray. We're heroes. And we blew up a train.
They love us.
They love us. You did also encounter Date and Walter, the boys. As you mentioned.
Yeah, and it went da da da.
Yeah. I think it was mostly Date that did the talking, but Walter did. Walter did say a few choice words. That being said, I can also go ahead and share this because this was really cool. I had Mari commissioned a while back, and where is my D&D channel? Hold on. Here we go. Oh no, it's set to the wrong thing. Oh, there I am. I actually didn't even test that.
Panic.
There we go. So yeah, I had these little pieces commissioned. It's Date and Walter.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Yep.
Them.
Waiting for it to pop up.
It might take a few seconds. I mean, I'll put it in.
Lag.
I'm just gonna put it on the Discord for you. Jesus.
No, I see it now.
Attack lag.
Look at those little bastards.
Yeah, look at them. You got Chiri Date on one side, and then you got that grump Walter on the other.
Cheeky lot.
So yeah.
The most beautiful thing you've ever seen.
So these two little shits that you've been encountering and have gotten, a fair amount of help from.
I think we're safe to say well acquainted as well.
Yeah.
I would say so. I'd say you guys are pretty established. So yeah.
Conversation with them, and it was just we're like, we're just hanging around. 10 minutes later, and smashes into the ground from 200 feet in the air.
Yep.
How's it going?
Oh.
In the distance, boom, boom.
Pretty much.
Usual.
How you doing?
Oh,
Moments before catastrophe, you did meet with the two on the ride over to the Hanging Gardens, and you learned a little bit of Brosnov's crime history.
Land in front of me like, hey, how you doing?
How you doing?
You're gonna get to the point where if we're around, they just assume something's gonna explode.
Yeah.
They'll probably have a hunch that any trouble that comes by you guys are probably not far. I think it's safe to assume of them to assume that, considering that you guys, had a run-in with them earlier, and then not long after you guys part ways, the Void Rider shows up and a fucking train blows up.
Yeah, man, totally called for. As long as
Just
they
a
don't assume,
coincidence.
as long as they don't assume that it's our fault.
I mean, they're
Alright, well, some legs are gonna get
investigators.
broken.
They're
We
investigators,
call
so
ourselves instigators.
Right.
it's you know.
We are correctors of the incorrect.
And even sometimes not.
In any case, afterwards,
Because
you after dispatching the Void Rider and after retreating back to the home, you guys all shared in a vision of the weapon itself, which was just a small, brief glimpse into history.
Oh
About
yeah.
that part.
Remind!
Yeah.
A
The
weird
lance.
dream thing.
The lance was once used by a knight of the Order of Bastion, which is pretty familiar to you guys, considering that you've had run-ins with the Knights of the Bastion.
Unfortunately, yes.
Yeah.
They were upset.
So presumably, whoever this Void Rider was, before he became the Void Rider, he was a king, one of the kings of the Order of Bastion.
Sick.
Was a king.
Yeah. Before he rode off to destroy a monster bound to a tower and became Void.
Aftermath of that.
Yep. To which afterwards you became well again and recovered from
Defined
You're-
recovered.
it's
Recovered
been
enough.
Physically
It-
recovered.
it has been actually some time. During your rest you had quite a bit of downtime, to which now is the time where I'll set you guys loose and decide what you want to do.
Lose!
More or
Ooh,
less, you've basically got a day to yourselves because nearly escaping death with the Void Rider and surviving a train crash from a very very high place kind of warrants that.
Runs away screaming.
Taking the time out.
Yeah, you guys decide. I'm probably want to decide on time to rest and maybe give yourselves a moment to sort of recollect yourselves, considering everything that has happened in the short period of time.
What?
Yeah, lots of traveling, lots of fighting, and a lot of surviving, to put it. So
Survival.
you guys have rested for a time and also leveled up, but
Yeah.
you've this moment to sort of recuperate and gather your thoughts amongst yourselves.
Monk us?
No,
Oh,
Oh
no.
no. Oh no.
I swear to God.
God can't help us where we're going.
You're right, but god damn it.
He can't. That's the problem.
In any case, yeah. Party what do? Vico and Tessa are both around.
Fuck if I know.
Oh, it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. A beautiful day in the
In the neighborhood.
Won't you blow up this place? Blow it up.
God.
But we need to find a tactical nuke.
Right.
Tactical nuke incoming.
We still never found that dynamite place, and I really want dynamite, guys.
Oh yeah, you do have the one of the secret words or secret phrases for
I mean, it is your day off. You can't spend the whole fucking day off just being, I want that bomb.
Yeah, can I take 20 looking for bombs?
you want to spend the day looking for the bomb salesman.
You know, honestly, given that it's fucking
the
Chiron,
bombs?
I would say that's
Okay.
that's a form of recreation. Where's the
Well,
bombs?
Well,
Where's
like,
the
here's
bomb?
the thing.
Where's the
I
bomb?
have the one word. I have the one word. I don't know how to find the other two words. So
You'll just
like I
have-
don't.
It seems like a random storekeepers just have pieces of it. At least that's what it seems. Oh yeah, you can ask Vico. You might know better.
Hey, Vico.
What's up?
Not Tessa.
If you ask
hate
Tessa,
Tessa.
she's gonna be all like, he's like, as
She
soon as
not
you
gonna
guys
know.
as soon as you guys get the rooms below, you're not allowed up here. Specifically,
Yeah,
you,
man.
Kyron.
Man, just don't understand where all of this aggression is coming from.
I think you should know by now.
I've been with this group for but a week, and I have done nothing but good things.
Even
Yeah,
relatively, I doubt that.
In any case, Vico,
Oh, what's up?
Yeah, I actually have a thing for this.
I'm
What's
looking.
this?
I'm looking for this place that sells explosives. They're telling me that only people in the know about it.
Oh,
And what I know is a bit of a passphrase. The word is tomorrow, and there's two other words that go with it.
well, I do know about the secret bombardier.
Secret.
And while I myself have never been there, I do know a couple things from some of the folks that pass by. Supposedly, the bombardier lives in the guts,
Ah,
which is to say, he lives in the subsectors of the city. Poses himself as just another armory sailor. But naturally, given all things within the guts, he goes out of his way to conceal his explosive wares.
I mean, that's fucking fair. Jesus. If everyone knew you had explosive wares, people be coming out of the fucking woodwork for that shit.
More like the Tetsu guard.
Yeah, them too.
so how would I come about looking for this bombardier?
Well, you already know that the bombardier requires the passphrase, and it seems you're already well on your way to figuring out the first of the three words. I would say a trip through the guts would be in order for you to find the bombardier. And any of his would-be salesmen, or buyers, I should say. After all, it's not too bad of an idea to be too far, to be, a bit closer to your customers. That aside, I can't really help much. Even I don't know the passwords. So,
Kyron ponders on this and then leaves.
Oh, there
Oh.
he goes.
do you just leave for the guts?
Yep.
He just turns around and walks out. All right then.
Well, there he goes.
Yep, there you go. He'll be fine.
Literally, the paper
You all right
comes to
there?
the door
What was
5
that?
seconds after I leave.
You know, nothing.
Oh no, I think Mordred's coughing up a hairball.
Shit.
He fucking could.
Do I want to know?
Do you want to know?
No.
Well, given
Do
the context,
we want to know?
given the context, I'm just assuming that Mordred is
Does
eating
the
cats.
audience want to know?
He's eating cat. Strange.
Direction you could go?
Strange.
Yeah, Kyron heads for the
Curious.
guts.
You head for the
Guts.
guts. Well, I'm gonna put you on hold there for a second so that we,
Sure,
see what the other party members want to do, and we'll take it from there.
sure.
To which I say, what do the rest of you guys do?
I scream.
Hmm.
What would
Well, I have
fucking
three
Yasha do?
things. Only one of them is.
What would
Yes.
Yasha
I want to do some more thinking. But... I want to buy something.
You want to buy some stuff?
I want to buy
For some reason, you're quiet on my
I
end, Shen.
have-
Hold on.
I don't know.
Rank them.
Where
It might
are
be.
you? Yeah, have you turned up? Strange. So you want to go shopping?
It's pretty simple. There might be more, but like comfort things that let me know. Because Stace was like, I'm gonna go, chill for her means exercising probably, at least in the morning.
Alrighty. Just some stuff to kind of.
Remember you mentioned that there was like the says that or some kind of like ring or something. I forget exactly.
A what?
Way back when we first like came to
Is
now.
I think you're cutting in and out, Shen.
Damn it.
Me too.
Yeah.
No, a second.
Hangs on for a single second.
No worries.
Don't want to mess around with the whole case. Really fuck.
Also, I'm gonna turn you up a bit more. See if 175% will do it. Alright. How's that?
I don't know. How is it?
Oh god. Yep.
Oh, God, yeah.
Perfect. Alright. As you were, Shen.
Better?
Yep.
Alright, I don't know what I did, but
Whatever
Alright,
you whatever it happened,
sure.
it got intended results. Let me turn that down a
Mm.
little bit, actually. There you go.
Technology's whack, dude.
True.
That'd be. Anyways,
Alright,
from
If technology's whack, why not whack technology?
constantly.
well, whack
Way
the
ahead.
software works.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm way ahead of
Sing
you.
some hymns, pour some oils on it, light a few candles. Boom, it works.
Oh, I just do it
Works
the
every
radical.
time.
Listen here, Mr. I'm a tech priest. We do it the old-fashioned way with percussive maintenance. I smack on the side of it until it starts working, or stops completely.
I'll screech. Next time I'll screech at your car and it'll turn on.
I mean, yeah.
I'm
It's a
getting my
horrifying
gun.
idea that
Screams loud enough to like set off the alarm. See, it's on.
there you go.
We can make a religion out of this.
Oh,
Oh
God.
lord.
A good response to anything. You can make a religion out of this.
In any case,
Relaxation
back when.
things. was what I got.
Relaxation. Way back when, don't remember exactly the particular context was.
Mhm.
There was something similar to this, I think, actually. There was like some kind of like fighting place, or not really a gym, but something
Oh,
that you said was around
Arena
the
of
process,
sorts.
like nearby. Yeah, that
fighting
we could go
pits.
to go exercise.
Yeah.
Because she's not going to fight, but she's going there to, like, weightlift, basically.
It's not,
Alright.
not going there to fight, going there to destroy.
Fighting would imply two combatants facing off each other. This is just a whoever
And it's
I
like,
come up against
Someone
gets
walks up and
demolished.
it's just like, hey, you wanna fight? And Lamine's just like, you are a weak baby, and just snaps him like a twig. Throws him away. Doesn't even get a chance to scream. Just like carrot snap, just throws away.
Don't worry, Lamine. I have ensured you that the combatant you'll be sparring against has a much greater advantage. Therefore, you'll be sparring against Scar.
Oh, wonderful. I'm so glad.
I'm joking.
Thrilled.
The realm is quietly thankful of the fact that Scar does not exist here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not yet, he doesn't. Breaks up the wish spell.
Oh no!
No. No. As somebody who is a player and not the TM, I say no. Your own party members reject this notion of the wish.
Actually, as a DM, I wouldn't care either way. If you summon Scar, that just means more toys for me. Oh, you want to summon Scar, huh? Alright, well, I guess he's gonna fight you now.
As one of the only people that can actually learn wish,
Yeah?
please. I wish for this not to happen.
Scar is wish protected.
Imagine not being able to wish away an enemy.
Instead, I
Oh,
wish
fuck, he won't leave.
Instead, I wish for bit of bomb.
God.
He's a package deal. He comes with Blark.
I was gonna say, you know what? Now you're just asking for the realm to be gone after this.
Truly, dark times approach the realm once
would
more.
destroy it, and then if you had Biddlebomb and Blark, you're just really asking like, it's gone.
Yeah.
It's just gone.
What do we call a world without bit of bomb or Blark? We call it a realm reborn. What do we call it? A realm is ended.
Realm ended.
A
Realm
realm.
be gone.
A world without Scar, Blark, or Biddlebomb. It is a realm preserved.
Yeah. Real.
In any case,
But yeah, that is first thing.
some recreational
She actually has
workouts.
some time to actually do that. So yeah,
Alright.
a couple hours of that in her morning workout. Then probably we're gonna do some more sewing. Just hilarious to follow up from that. But the shopping is she's going to get some more platinum rings for Warding Bond.
Sounds good.
Because she wants to. Those are. It's just. How many do I need? 4 more, so that's 200 gold. Because I need. Essentially, she's buying one for each person, so that I don't have to play hot potato with a ring if she needs to put on someone. She can just like.
Just eat it so hard it goes into their body, and therefore they are wearing it.
Yep. Punch through their chest and have it embedded into their artery.
And now their artery's wearing it. It counts.
Yep. Unfortunately, now they can't equip any other magical rings. God help them if they
Ever.
forget to.
How terrible. Yeah, so that does include poverty, even though here.
Poverty will be waiting
But
in the wing.
oh wait, I can't do math. I only need 3.
Oh,
It's math.
What the hell?
math.
I had
Put your calculators to math.
I will not. In any case, is that all for?
for now, unless I'm gonna see if there's anything else I can think of.
Okay.
But so Kyron and Yasha had a platinum ring in your inventory somewhere.
What if I do with
Don't
this?
need to
This
actually be wearing it. Have it on your person.
this will come later since you guys have kind of split off, given that Kyron's kind of already ran off to go to the guts.
That's right. But you know,
And unless others
we'll
decide to
eventually
join
end
you,
there.
yeah. Unless others decide to join
It's,
you,
it's really more of like it'll eventually end up there.
yeah.
She needs to do some explaining later about what exactly these rings are for. So you know, no one's getting married.
Got-
Wait, what?
Lamine's just making sure everybody
I
knows
have
who her boyfriends
Someone
are.
might. Roland, get over here.
Roland is still not here. He has not
Roland
yet
stinks.
returned from his journey to the Old Kingdom.
Oh my god.
Walks outside, screams his name.
Fucking falls from the heavens.
Yeah, homeboy's been
There he
gone
is.
for a minute.
Yeah, he's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, he a powerful dude. I'm sure he's fine.
Yasha, Mordrin,
I'm missing boyfriend.
Kyron has gone off to the guts, and Lamine has gone off for a workout routine and some rings to to ensure all the boyfriends are covered. What
All
do
of
you
them.
two do?
I,
Oh man.
Yeah, that.
Yeah.
Sleep.
Honestly, it'll probably just be for Mordorin. Probably no. Hell no. He's never. Yeah, Mordorin sleeping on his day off. Please. Knowing him, he'd probably go business as usual, especially since nobody's there to stop it.
The usual?
I would say business as usual, as in like, he's not taking a break technically.
Ah, so he's just he's doing his little researching, or perhaps
Yeah.
looking into other matters.
Probably more researching than anything else. Just
Probably.
because there is. Oh my God, where's my phone?
Is he gonna stay at the penthouse, or is he gonna like
Probably
step
just,
out?
No, probably just stay. In the what do you call it?
All right then.
Apartment.
Well, I guess that'll leave with Yasha then.
I just sleep the entire time.
I mean, you can
Mood.
fucking sleep if you want to.
I don't mood, but
I wouldn't blame him.
Where's my notes?
Yasha will probably,
Oh, it's
given everything that happened, probably wake up the latest, which is probably not to say very late. I don't know when the rest of the group wakes up.
there we go. Let's
If
see.
Mordorin even sleeps.
Man,
Well, the elves only
I mean,
need like
technically
4
he doesn't.
hours of rest, if I recall,
Yeah.
unless that's
Technically,
a Pathfinder.
these two elves here don't actually sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're good. Especially Mordorin. Okay, he's not fine, but he's good.
Well enough.
I'm not okay, but
Well
I'm
enough,
good.
Yeah.
Well,
Awesome.
maybe much to nobody's surprise, Yasha's just gonna walk out the house, pick a direction, and wander in that direction.
Yasha
Yeah.
goes to wander.
Good luck. Good luck, Yasha.
Shit.
You gonna
it's
follow
all
along with Kyron or
good.
Lamine, or just go on your own?
He just picks a random direction and goes.
Do I play responsible father and
You won't even know he's gone. He just leaves suddenly.
You know what? That's fair, but I think Mordorin is smart enough to at least know, like, if Lamine and Kyron are gone, Yasha's not gonna just stick at home. Oh my God.
Perhaps it would be prudent to follow the Yasha.
Except,
I'm debating on rolling for it, but honestly, I think Mordorin. Oh God, Mordorin and Yasha. Oh no, it's gonna go.
A
Have
Mordrin
fun.
and Yasha adventure.
Yeah.
Hooray.
It's like Mordorin wanted to get things done, but then Yasha decided to run off on his own, and then he's just like.
although he's proven multiple times now,
It's
he's okay.
true, but that doesn't mean Mordorin is comfortable letting him leave.
Do not
If you
doubt
do-
the Yasha.
If you do try to follow him, he will be like, no, it's okay, you can stay home.
But we established a buddy. Like, you're not supposed to leave by yourself, Yasha. We went over this.
But Lamine and Kyron went by themselves.
Oh, did Lamine go? Sorry, I was taking a phone call.
Lamine went off on her own to go
I'm
exercise
off
and
causing
purchasing.
nosebleeds.
Yeah.
I especially love how, like, the core rule is to never split the party, and literally the last 5 sessions, the first thing we do is split the party.
It's fine.
Look, sometimes it's warranted, just not, in the dungeon.
It works out
That's how you die.
sometimes.
That's how you get fucking murked.
Yep.
Yeah, I think he would have to be like, I have to follow you, Yasha, because somebody has to go with you.
Okay. If you
Okay.
if you say so. Wanders off.
And Mordrin will wander off with them.
All right.
Crying on the inside.
Basically. But hey, at least it's something to do, because Mordrin would not be doing absolutely nothing.
Good for you, Mordrin.
All right.
Look at Mortarin go.
He's being a responsible parent, because the other responsible parent isn't here.
Has things to
I'm
do.
off looking for dynamite.
Yep.
You're not the one I'm talking about, and you know it.
Oh boy.
Responsible things with the responsible dynamite.
Responsible dynamite.
The dynamites.
The
Oh,
dynamites.
1 second.
It's responsible
Oh, yeah.
dynamite.
So
because
many
when
of
the
these
Oh
are,
dynamite
no,
actually
DM has
somebody
left
else
us.
responsible.
We are shepherdless.
Time to
Panic!
run wild. Time to run wild.
We are unsupervised. It is time to just scatter.
Goes and picks fights with the Yakuza.
I mean, could do that, I suppose.
You see that guy? He looked at me.
The nerve.
Be funny.
Did he look at you funny? No, he just looked at me. So I decked him.
Also, yeah, that post
And then his
is,
friend asked me what was that for. So I punched him for asking.
That prompt is too poignant for what's going on right now.
Yeah, it really is.
Remember, if anyone asks you a question, you just punch them.
I'm looking forward and not looking forward to fucking Yasha and Mordorin.
It'll be great.
Oh
Great things
man,
will happen.
what a fucking duel.
I was about to say the dynamic duo, but I feel like that's more Karen and Yasha so far.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
That's a chaos duo. At least, but you can't say things don't get done with those two.
It's true.
True. Kyron and Yasha be like, wild stallions!
and then on the news, just yeah. So the freeway exploded.
Fuck yeah.
There's no
They
names, but
made
everyone
friends with,
immediately looks over to you two. Just like,
Yes. Yasha looks behind him.
God damn it, Yasha.
It's true.
What is everyone looking at?
Don't get it.
Honestly, you could switch Lamine, Yasha, and Mordorin around, and all of that would make sense. Because,
Yeah.
God, we know what
It
happens
would.
when we leave any of them alone.
Even when they're not alone, that happens.
Utter
True.
chaos. Utter chaos.
Happens when your entire party is composed of either gremlins or babies.
And gremlin. And don't forget the most important of all, gremlin babies.
No.
Mortarin.
Wait, I'm not a gremlin. Yet.
Yet, not at the moment.
Sometimes he'd be gremlin-y. Mostly baby, though.
Yeah,
It's mostly baby. Just because they come back in 10 minutes, we riot.
If the teacher doesn't come back in 5 minutes, can we leave?
You're legally allowed to take control of the campaign.
Oh, are we? Sweet.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm back.
Not
Welcome
today,
back.
it seems.
No campaign control.
You're lucky. You're lucky, DM.
All right then.
You know who isn't lucky? That guy over there. I'm rolling initiative.
Okay.
Yeah, rolling initiative.
Who do we
Like,
do? Who do we do for this first? I'm feeling like we're rolling on this.
You should do Captain
I
Knuckles.
thought you were gonna say Roland. I was just like, oh, okay, he's back.
Roland
He's
shows
back.
up, and y'all
What's
aren't
the man
around
that got
for
a ring for you?
it. Let's see. We'll do Kyron first. And then we'll do... Okay, well that's not helping me. We'll do Kyron first. Kyron, are you there?
He's dead.
We lost him.
Oh my god. He's dead. I knew
Is he
I
okay?
should lasagna around.
No, seriously, where is he?
I don't know. I think he AFK'd.
Okay.
Probably went to go do something real quick.
Alright, we'll move on to the next group then.
Okay, who's the next group?
Next group is...
Like one group.
Huh? Well, I mean,
Technically, one group.
you're
Yeah,
each a
like-
quote-unquote group. Or a grouping.
300 groups.
Groupalings.
That'll be Lamine.
Groupalings.
Let
50-50.
Just in order.
Yep.
Could have just gone with that from the get-go.
Lamine! So,
What's your name?
as you may or may not know, there is a place for fighters to go and hone their strength and, you know, work out and basically just kind of
They gotta pump the muscles.
pump the muscles and, you know, work out any what do you call it? Any gains that they wish to make.
Making gains.
Make some gains.
What about
That's why I'm going.
Yep.
the biggest of gains?
And
Proper
let me
exercising.
actually change the music real quick for a second here.
The monsters don't come out of nowhere.
Yep.
Well, they do sometimes, but that's usually because you're getting hit.
I mean, okay, look, they kind of do because she walks around with a little kid, but you know what I mean.
No.
No, not this.
God damn it.
Yeah, we'll do this for now. Yeah, you arrive at an area that's kind of a little bit out of the way, but it's in the area. No, this is way too epic for a fucking
Too
workout.
epic.
Sorry, this is way too much for what I'm looking for. You arrive
Am I
at.
getting the brawl?
It's like I'm trying to think of like a good.
It's called a Brosnov workout. You just go to town. You go to the local tavern, pick a fight, and you just beat the shit out of everyone there.
You say that, but that's how they do things at Seaport.
I'm sure they do. They're sailors.
Time to get tavern brawler.
A Brosnov workout is when you go to a local tavern and just wreck up the place and the people.
Yeah. And the Tetsukuni show up.
No, when the guards show up, that's the cardio part.
All right. This is the part of the cardio section of the exercise.
Yep. You start with your arms where you
Actually,
beat
that
the
is
shit out
actually
of
how you
people.
should do it too. You're supposed to start with the lifting and then you do cardio.
Yep.
I mean,
First
that
thing
kinda
you
makes
do is you go over to the counter, pick up the bartender, and throw him into the biggest crowd.
Boondocks, all you have to do is pick up a chair and toss it. Don't even actually have to hit anybody. You just throw a chair.
Yeah, I know. But a chair
Just throw
isn't.
a chair.
But a chair isn't heavy enough.
It doesn't have to be heavy. He threw a fucking folding chair and they're just like stared at it and then they just started beating the shit out of each other.
I mean, yeah, but for strength and workout purposes, it's not heavy enough.
Yeah.
You
use a-
you
use
need
a
to.
table instead.
Yeah.
You know what? A table suffices.
What
Pick
if you
up
just do it?
a heavy table. A patron or the bartender can suffice for your first workout.
Or, hear me out, you overachieve, you throw a fucking anchor since it's in Seaport.
Yeah, but I mean that would imply you're carrying the anchor, or somebody has an anchor
Yeah,
on
no,
location.
you pull it out of the water.
I'm pretty sure
at
your
that-
boat's gonna need it more.
Well, it's not the anchor to your boat. I don't know whose it is really, but
Yeah, well, if you're able to spare an anchor, then sure. You can toss it at someone.
yeah, it's overachieving. I don't know if people would want to fight someone who threw an anchor.
I think there's enough. If there's enough patrons in the bar, they'd probably try. This is
Now
Brosnov.
That's a good workout.
I don't know what I came back to, but it sounds like a lot of good ideas.
A Brosnov workout in Seaport is going to the local tavern and starting a brawl, and then finished off with a nice exercise cardio by running from the cops.
Well, yeah, sure. How do you argue with that?
Yep.
You don't.
You don't.
You accept it as gospel.
It is actually a regular thing, and the Tetsuguard at Seaport are very aware of this ritual, by the way.
Like it would be prudent to be aware of it.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it'd be prudent. Whether they can stop it on time is a different question.
They don't go to lengths of stopping it, but they do go to lengths of at least regulating it. A bar brawl is inevitable. Trying to stop a bar brawl in Seaport every day is it's a fool's errand to do so. But making sure people are all right, however, is another thing that's entirely doable.
They're just there to make sure nothing super crazy happens.
Yeah. If nobody dies or loses a limb, then it's fine.
I'm sure if they lost a finger, it'd be fine.
This ain't my normal beat. I'm just taking this job because it's supposed to be easy, so don't make my Friday worth a fuck.
I can hear a Tetsuguard saying that.
Pretty much. Yeah, the Seaport Tetsuguard are they're a little different from the Grand Central ones. Not quite like Kagero and his crew, but you know.
Those guys are G's.
Those guys are something else.
Yeah, they're cool.
Anyways, you slip away into an alleyway or two, and you find this hidden gem of a workout area, and quite expectantly, it's your typical straight out of Rocky Balboa scene of just like a workout area. There's like a bunch of punching bags. You got fighting rings, You got fighting rings where, where people are just kind of sparring and trading blows. And there's a few machines, but not a lot. But there's some stuff to weight lift and a few other things. But the biggest thing is just most of the sparring.
Okay. Maybe out of periphery, I might be kind of curious about the sparring thing, but I'm really here for the weightlifting.
Yep.
It's arm day today, so we're gonna deal with that.
Arm and leg day today.
Arms
Every
and
day is leg
legs
day.
Well, before you make your way
That
to
is why it's arm day, because every day is kind of leg day when.
You're an adventurer running around, yeah.
Yeah. Not too worried about general leg workout.
Yeah. There is a little desk where there's quite a tough looking man sort of standing behind it, sort of waving you down. He's just like, if you want to use our stuff, it'll just be a gold for the day.
Oh, that's a reasonable gem.
Gladly. I'll plop down the gold.
Yep, gold for the day, and with that he also provides you with two things. One, a towel, and
Makes
two,
sense.
he
Handy.
hands you a file of a file like a drinking elixir of what appears to be green fluid.
Oh, sick.
What's this?
Ah, yes. It's a little it's a little drink. Some of the it's some grog now. It's
Oh shit.
It's a little it's some fighting juice. Some of the folks around here take to it before they start their workout. Of course, every it comes standard with the with the day fee, with the day pass.
I heard if you drink it, your Noble Phantasm bar gets filled to 100 immediately.
This stuff is like to 300.
Instant overcharge.
Yep. But yeah,
Oh,
it's a green.
sounds like a good thing to chug.
It's a green file of liquid.
Alright. I'll take it. Why not? Try it out.
Do you drink the liquid?
When I go to... Yeah. And when I get...
In one swig,
Nah.
no less.
Yep.
Kind of like eyeing it. Shrug.
I need to
drink
get
it.
my dice back out. I cleaned up
No
my
idea what's
desk,
gonna happen, but...
You
you know,
know.
and I put all of my dice, and now they're all jumbled in the dice bag. Return to me once
Don't
more,
know if
dice.
fighting just means like energy drink or something a bit more dramatic.
It's
We're about
poison.
to find out.
Yes, we
Oh.
are.
No. No, it is in fact it is not poisoned. You take one drink of this stuff and how do I put this? You basically just like you don't feel tired. You feel like you could actually like punch and destroy anything in a single strike.
Your blood boils.
You
my.
you are amped. And I don't mean like in the energy, in the sense of like you feel a lot of energy, but it just like everything kind of feels
Oh God.
fragile to you. Like everything around you feels like you could just instantly demolish. If
Yo,
you
it's like those pre-workout drinks. I bet your veins feel like there's needles in them. And I don't mean that in a painful sense. There's a very distinct sensation when you're like super hyped up on pre-workout.
like a prickly feeling.
There's your entire body gets like this really intense prickly feeling. It's uncomfortable, but it's not painful.
You don't quite feel that, but you definitely feel like you feel like there's an outward pressure kind of pushing your body outwards. Like you feel like you feel like you are quite literally like, I don't know how to best put it. You feel like your very like muscles are growing out of your skin kind of feeling. Like not in a terrifying way, but like in a very like I need to use this power like right now kind of feeling.
It feels like Endwalker Warrior. You're invincible. Just go smash things. You don't need a healer anymore. Just go smash.
You definitely kind of have that sense of like you could probably destroy something very 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 big. Like the level of destruction. Yes. The level of destruction that Star Silver brings, it's just like you could almost convince yourself that you could almost match it.
I could do that.
Go ahead and roll some strength checks.
Doomsday Relic?
Doomsday Relic? Nah. I can top it.
Yeah, flexes, blows a hole in the wall.
Right.
Athletics? I know you said strength, but like athletics.
Yes, athletics.
Sure.
This is 16.
Do your
16.
Adonis shit.
All right. Well, you step up to the punching bag and you just go to town on this fucking thing. You just pummel the ever-living shit out of this punching bag, and after a while, it just like you're just kind of like thinking to yourself like, man, this thing's really really tough. Like as you're just kind of slugging it out, and you kind of slow down a bit, but then you give like one more big punch, and it just like it almost kind of feels like part of the thing it's hanging off of, the little cords it's hanging off of, it starts to get loose, and it kind of leaves you a bit satisfied.
This shit is whack.
Yeah.
Goodness.
Oh.
Alrighty.
Give into the
Roll
berserker rage.
acrobatics.
Oh, acrobatics.
Yep. Because you move on to the next machine,
Okay.
which is more or less like a climbing machine.
15.
15. Well, much in the same. You kind of feel like this machine is not really a challenge for you as you utilize it, and you feel like you're using this thing to climb like mighty mountains that divide the realm or the area around Valvadiri. It feels like you're just scaling off of them as you're using this climb machine. But Other than that, yeah, you don't get too much of a
You don't feel the burn.
You don't get too much of a burn, yeah.
That's okay.
And then lastly, you take to one other interesting device, which is I don't know how to best describe it, but it's like it's kind of like a almost like a mannequin, but like anytime you strike the one of its arms, it like swivels and swings it back around at you.
Oh shit, it's one of those things.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then roll me a con check for that one.
Oh.
Because it's
Con check.
because it's not based on the how strong you're delivering your blows.
How long you can do it.
But no, it's more like how well you can receive the blows returned. Because you're punching it and it's literally swinging and throwing your punch back at you.
14.
14. All right. Excuse me. You deliver a strike to the mannequin, and it actually smacks you pretty hard, and you're just like, wow, I can hit myself really hard with this thing. I should.
Oh
If
shit.
I punch myself, then it hurts. Am I strong or am I weak? You're an idiot.
You're an idiot, Carl.
You're strong. Weak. You're an idiot. That's all I can think of with that.
True though. Yeah, and you strike it a few more times after a fairly short session, and you finish out your workout. Roll me one more con check. Ooh. Well, you cut short your training as yeah, you feel the burn kind of catch up all at once to you after after the liquids kind of take its
Wears off
course.
a little.
Yeah, it wears off,
There it
and
is.
it suddenly all that amped feeling of like being able to beat up the world, and now you're just like, oh god, it
I see.
hurts to move.
Ah!
Yep.
This was a mistake.
Hey, you got your workout though.
Yeah, you do.
Next time I'll just stick to normal weightlifting, I think.
Yep. So for that, you're gonna get 1 point of exhaustion from that.
God damn it.
Just whew.
Fair.
From
Gosh.
not only exercising, but way excessively over exceeding your own strength.
Was unprepared for that crash.
You were not prepared for any of what happened.
Yeah, that's fair. Did kind of just YOLO or drink some
Yeah.
strange green liquid.
A
into my
man
stomach.
A man just gave you a magical liquid and said some of the other fighters use this stuff before they go, and you drank it.
Like,
Oh.
alright, yeah, that's fair.
What could possibly go wrong?
Doggy fight.
Nothing.
Well, it's pretty cool for, a little bit.
Yep.
Not right now. Not anymore. Oh, it just sucks.
Life is pain.
Yep. Much to your fortune, you suffer neither any ill effect. However, you also do not suffer. You don't seem to feel like you really got much out of your workout, despite feeling like you just like it felt like you fought an army with your bare hands.
That's fair.
But
Like I said, next time I'll just stick to my usual routine.
yeah.
Enlightening, however.
Some
Well,
of the
Interesting.
some of the other fighters also like kind of catch notice of you during your workout and are just like, bruh. And even ask you like, dude, are you okay?
This is ways like,
Yeah. One of them in particular does ask like, You look like you were about to you were fighting for your life half the time. Something all right?
I just drink was expected.
You tell him that you drank the thing.
Yeah.
He kind of gives you a very like, oh boy, kind of look. He's just like, you didn't drink the whole thing, did you?
I think I did, right? It was only a little bit. Actually, don't know.
I thought you shot the whole thing
would've...
down.
Shit, maybe I did. I don't know. It's not like the dude gave me any instructions.
Everything's
No, to be fair, that's how I'm used to drinking potions. Just like knock it back in one go.
Off the thing.
Yeah. The man tells you, he's just like, yeah, that is... Don't do that. First of all, don't do that. That is actual poison.
Now I know.
That is CrossFit levels of dangerous.
Oh no, not CrossFit. Anything but that.
CrossFit's established even here. God, nothing is sacred.
It's the yeah. He does make mention. He's just like
future instructions to go with this, in case someone doesn't know what they're getting into.
Well, unfortunately, the rep at the front is kind of an idiot, but goes to show he's not a regular from
he's
here.
He's a himbo.
He's also not a regular.
I know that.
The man at the front isn't actually our usual man. He's this place recently got some new establishment, and they've been recently handing out some of these drinks to the fighters around here. I'd watch what you drink from strangers from now on.
Jeez.
It's a good pro tip in general.
Yeah. Lamine. God.
Drugs. Look.
This is why Yasha's your son.
This is what happens when you're overconfident.
I take no responsibility for him until I do.
He's your child.
That being said, you kind of see the results of what happens to some other folks who also drink way too much. As one of the other, well, the guy looks a little less fit than some of the, I guess you could say, regulars. You could tell the regulars apart because these guys look like they got muscles on them. Like these look like dudes who these guys look almost like they're like, I wouldn't quite say all of them, but they look like they're on a football team kind of.
There's the beefcakes and there's the not beefcakes.
Yeah, and they're.
I think you're just talking about gym rats.
Yeah, you got these guys are they're gym rats. These guys are all like, you know, they're pretty bulked.
Yeah, I remember going to the gym like before COVID. There used to always be a handful of gym rats. You could tell. They're all usually jacked and they're usually hanging out together.
Yep. And the guy who you're talking with is, you know, of the same body mass in terms of fitness. Dude looks like he looks like he lives here. And as
you wouldn't be too far off either. Some of those fucking people.
Right. As you kind of look over, you see one of the other scrawnier dudes who don't look like they've like got too much muscle mass. Just like you see him drop his file, like his head just slips from his hand, and like he's just like bellows out this like war cry, and he like charges into like one of the actual gym rats and just starts punching him in the face. And he's like, "Dude, what the fuck?"
Yo.
Yeah. And some of the other people just literally like rush over to go like break up the fight.
What's going on? What's he doing?
the fighting is pretty quickly subdued, but yeah, the guy who got jumped is like he's pretty beat up for someone who got, jumped by some wimp, and the guy who's on a rampage is still like trying to
Oh God.
yeah, he's still got fighting him.
Oh God.
Like they got a few people that are just like pinning him to the ground.
That shit potent.
To which the guy who you're talking to kind of turns his attention back to you, and he's just like, yeah, you better be careful with that.
Why is this being given out here? That is the result? Or at least potential result? It was very dangerous.
Yeah, he shrugs and he says, beats me. I mean, just the old owner called it quits, and they got new management here, and I guess they just started selling these energy drinks, as they call them.
Pretty. Is he willing? Does he know anything else about that? About the old owner or the transfer of ownership?
Transfer of ownership?
Like, I want to inquire a bit more about the old owner versus new.
Well, we've never met the new owner, but some of us regulars we're old friends with the old owner. There's an older guy. He actually was a professional fighter himself. And even one of the.
Not surprising.
In fact, he was actually one of the one of the finest wandering samurai up until Jin came and pretty much took that title.
Think.
Yep.
Sours at mention of Jin.
This guy. This man is ruining careers.
Literally.
In any case.
What is his name? The old owner.
Oh, well, we never kept it formal. We just called him Riley. He was a good man, too. He was a hell of a fighter, and only a half-elf, too. I don't think those scrawny little dudes didn't have that kind of strength, but I've seen him actually pick up one of our bigger guys and throw him.
Oh, damn.
It requires his time and effort.
That it does. Well, if you ever want to talk with old Riley, he's not much of a talker these days. Old age and all. Shame too. He used to come around the gym and offer coaching for some of the newcomers.
Good lad.
Maybe.
A good lad.
Be an interesting talk. Do you know where he is?
Oh, his old place?
Where he might frequent?
Well, nowadays he's probably at his old home. I know that when he had mentioned he planned to retire and moved to the seaport and maybe even north out of the city. So we'll probably catch him at the old seaport, if anything.
It's a ironic place to go retire to, I think.
Well, he's still a strong man, and the company of sailors does little to intimidate him, given the kind of person
That's not
he
much,
is.
though.
Yeah.
All right.
Speaking of which, you don't seem like a regular face.
Definitely new in town.
Seems so.
Just taking in the sights. Glad that there's a proper place to exercise.
Well, you're always welcome as one of our own, as long as you don't go end up like that guy. As he points over to the screaming, just like the screaming man who's still pinned and trying to wriggle out from underneath this the pile of gym rats who have him pinned down.
I can only imagine I will revisit, but not. I will avoid the drink next time. I thought it was just a normal energy drink, not whatever that was.
Yeah, beats me, whatever that is. None of the regulars drink that swill, but yeah, the guy at the front keeps saying that we do. Don't take his word for it.
You don't even fucking go here.
I won't anymore, that's for certain.
Yep. He then kind of, extends an arm out and he says, "The name's Artem, by the way."
Artyom.
Artem, A-R-D-A-M.
Artyom.
Nope.
Yes,
Artyom.
He's not Artyom. It's Artem.
I know.
Okay. And I will shake his hand.
Yep. He nods and he says, "Well, must be a fun first time for you."
Experience.
Well, always welcome back here. If you ever need a sparring partner, just ask for me or one of the guys, and we'll definitely take you for a few rounds over at the rings.
If I feel up to it, I will do so.
Awesome. And with that, he parts ways.
I will bid him farewell.
He got a
Got a what?
I don't even know. I'm just stretching.
Yep.
Got a binge.
Yep.
You gotta get those.
You see Artem walk off and kind of look over the mess of fighters and the other guys who are just kind of trying to calm the situation down, and things look like they seem to be calming down, and he just throws his towel over his shoulder and he goes off to go do his thing.
The little dude's still losing his shit. Like,
Nah, he's calmed down at this point. But yeah, Artem looks like he's calling it in as well. So
There, I count a vial that I had. I assume that there might still be some droplets, like nothing substantial, but
yeah,
at least some of the liquid that I drink.
there's trace amounts, but not really anything of a significant amount.
Okay. I still might want to detect magic that later.
Alrighty.
At the very least, see if it is just chemical or if it's actually magical in any capacity. I will keep the vial. On the off chance that we're actually able to do something with it. Because that seems kind of sketch.
Yeah. Nothing like some energy drink to make you feel like you could beat up the world and then actually beat the actual tar out of someone.
As a script.
Instant roid rage.
Yeah. Like I said, it was cool until it wasn't.
It was awesome, but then it wasn't.
Oh, dang.
In any case, yeah, I'm assuming you hit the bricks.
I'm just writing down a note for that to look into in the future.
Alright.
While I'm out, this is probably when I'll be doing the ring shopping.
Yeah. For that, I'm gonna segue past it and then move to the next group, but you don't have any problems after that. Fatigued as you are.
Yeah, after the rings, I will be heading home. Unless I think of something else to buy, and then I'll let you know. But
alrighty.
Until then, after that, I'm just like, alright, I just want to go lay. I just want to go sit.
Yep.
There's a couch at home with my name on it.
Kyron.
Actually, it has Tessa's name on it.
God damn it. Have my name on it.
Property of Tessa, just on a little doily on the top.
God damn it!
Not anymore.
Oh.
God damn it!
In any
Didn't get a
case,
DRB with that.
all right. Kyron, are you present and available?
I am present.
Excellent. I was originally going
Are
to start
you
with
a
you, but
present?
you were out. So now I will start with you.
I
How did
apologize
you
for
know
that.
that my
No
bear
worries.
mouth
You wander your way towards the guts, which isn't an entirely easy feat for most. However, it's fairly doable for you. Unlike the other areas, which are more or less like interconnected by travelways or the overpass or even the trains, the guts isn't really a place per se, but rather the interconnectings of all the places of Brosnov underneath. To put it bluntly, it's basically the sewers.
Sure.
However, even the sewers have a bit of infrastructure where there is actual I wouldn't say a city like in the sense of the other districts, but it's got structures. And after a quick turn here and squeezing between some pipes here and there and a drop into a canal, you find a sewer entrance that looks like it's
It drop into a canal?
yeah, there's canals around Brosnov.
That'd be like literally he just goes in a canal.
Yeah, canal.
Canal.
Holy shit. Alright.
Yeah, on the side of the canal there's little sewer openings. Like little man-made ones. There is one that is fairly large, and yeah, it's an entrance into the guts, or at least part of them.
If only poverty could help, but I don't think she'd want to go into the guts on her day off.
Perhaps.
Probably not. I don't think she wants to live in there anymore. But
Or even be there.
I proceed forward, unhindered by anything.
Well, plenty of things to be hindered by, but they don't deter you much.
Unhindered by anything.
You've the terrain to contend with for the most part.
Hey, yo, fuck the land.
Or at least the lack of it. Much stonework in this giant inner workings of a sewer system. Yeah, the tunnels are square shaped, and there's little there's kind of like in your typical sewer fashion. There's like little sidewalks area, and then in between is just a river of sludge and water.
Ah, delicious.
Yep. With that, you're gonna have to make some investigation. I'm gonna say investigation.
Checks.
Yeah. I mean, you may know some things around, but the guts is a very difficult place to navigate, even for locals. Nine.
9.
Not too keen on this.
Oh, he's not too keen on it, is he?
Both the results and that. Let's try.
Not too keen, he says.
Damn it. Okay, that sucks. I'll get right to it. Hold on.
I'll get right to it. Hold on.
Will you?
This'll work. Not the best for a descriptor of the guts, but this'll do. Perhaps this.
They're shitting them sewers.
Impossible.
Eh.
That's just chocolate.
No, people just like to dump their Twix and Snickers bars in down here.
Fucking no taste savages.
Absolute monsters.
God.
Milky Ways too.
Oh God.
All right.
Wait, ever. He fuck.
Yeah, you wander about within the guts, and it's an interesting sight. It's almost somewhat reminiscent of some of the areas around Seaport, if not for the fact that there's like, water and stuff, and just, lots of small bridges, and there's structures just built into the walls. And the place is mostly illuminated by hanging lanterns that connect from wall to wall. But yeah. You kind of lose yourself in the moment as you're kind of traveling and making a right, making a left, and realizing that you've ended up in the same place where you started simply by noticing the familiar sign when you first came through this part of the guts. The people seem to be kind of wary of your presence as well, but don't pay too much mind. Many of them looking in rather disheveled states of poverty. Rags and robes mostly that are quite dirty. And yeah, they kind of keep to themselves or tend to their own businesses, but a couple of them kind of look your way with very wary looks.
Savages.
There's no Tetsu guard wandering about here.
It doesn't appear to be any guards down here.
Any shops about?
Yep. The buildings built into the walls often have little vendor shops or counters out front where people converse and barter trade.
Does the general store, if there is one, look like it has people about?
Roll me perception.
No!
Well, too bad. Get percepting, Ranger.
Perceive this.
23.
23. You're able to locate the general store, and yes, there are some people.
General store.
Woo.
Yay!
We're not playing that game right now, but Bang is fun.
Not yet, anyway.
Not yet.
I'm going to enter the store and just kind of muck about and keep my ears perked.
Alright. Well, I'm presuming you just kind of strut right on into the store.
Yeah.
Well, you pass through, and many of the people who are browsing or bartering kind of quickly take notice of you and kind of shuffle away, like,
Like, yeah.
they're like, oh god. They kind of like get the hell out of Dodge. The shopkeep immediately kind of looks your way, and he's just like, something I can do for you, outsider.
I shoot my eyes towards him. I just kind of go, wouldn't consider myself much of an outsider. Maybe to these parts, but not in general.
Yeah, well, you're definitely not from the guts. Folks can tell. Now, you mind me helping you before you scare more of my customers?
Pattern experience.
No, don't mean to be a bother. Just kind of perusing what you have here.
Well, I'd rather you be quick about it. It's more time spent with you here, less time spent with them, and no offense, I need people buying.
I'll
Needs
see
that
myself
moolah.
out then.
Alright, well, you step on out, and in due time, the people warily tiptoe around you and make their way back to the general store.
I want to kind of listen into what if there's anybody saying anything at all, not just the people going into the store, but I'm trying to see if I can catch anything.
That'd be a perception, I presume, since you're trying to listen in.
Trying to eavesdrop, man, because judging by everybody's reaction to my just simply existing here, it's not going to come easy
They're
just
aware.
by asking
That's
people.
fair, honestly.
Damn, 12.
12. You're not able to get much information, but you do kind of hear the quiet mutterings of one of the people who's closest to the shopkeep saying like, I hope that outsider's not here to cause trouble. You know what happens. You know what happened with the last one. Damn outsiders. Only time they ever come down here is when they want to start up trouble. Yeah, it's like the syndicate all over again.
I gotta get my notebook. Frick. My...
I'll repeat again if you need for your notes, but the shopkeep does.
No. I've got that.
Alrighty. The shopkeep does kind of. You do catch a little bit of his response, and he does say like, "Now. I'm sure he's all right. Unless he's not a. He might look a bit tough, but he's probably not one of those thugs. Besides, don't you know? Back then we didn't have as much trouble when we had the syndicate. Kind of miss those days, but it's for the better, I guess."
Ain't that how it is?
Well, if I'm not able to catch anything further in earshot, then I'm gonna make my way to a weapon store if there's one handy.
Weapons?
Yeah.
Alright. I'll say given your previous roll, you're able to locate a weapon store with ease now that you kind of have your bearings. Yeah, there's not too many people who are shopping. The weapon store itself looks like I mean, how do I put it? It looks like a not so nice part of the neighborhood kind of shop where everything is kind of barred off, and even the shopkeep stands behind a rather the shopkeep has a little cage at his door. Like it's one of those half doors where they can open the top or the bottom half, and the top half has just like a little cage thing that
you from getting shanked or really robbed, because it's just like, what are you gonna do? Shoot him and then what? Be locked out?
Ready to action.
Oh no. I'm guessing you head towards the weapon shop.
Yeah, I'm gonna go inside.
Well, it's the door is closed off, and the vendor helps you at the door.
Ah, okay.
Sorry.
No, I misunderstood. That's my fault.
Yeah, the door has it's a half cut door.
Yeah.
I don't remember what it's called, but basically the upper half has like a cage, and the lower half is just a regular door, and he just talks to you at the door. And he kind of eyes you also very suspiciously. He's just like, "Some I can help with you, sir."
I'm in the market for something in the realm of explosives. I'm told that down here is the only real place that I could look for it.
Well, the man doesn't take his eyes off you for a second, nor does he blink as you ask him this question. And
I'm more disturbed that he didn't blink than anything else.
He just unblinkingly looks at you, and he's just like, "We don't sell that kind of stuff here, sir. It's illegal to sell explosives in Brosnov, don't you know?"
I don't. This is news to me.
Well, let me be the first one then. Surprised you got this far into the guts without figuring that one out. But I guess stranger things have happened. In any case, no explosives, no sales. Now, unless you want something else, I'd suggest you move along.
I will do this.
Oh my god.
We're Karen.
Kyron's having issues.
Gonna keep looking around and make more perception checks. I want to hear what the people are saying about me.
Glad little Mean isn't down there with him.
God, it's true. She would actually get him the explosives.
Well, I mean, I don't think she'd actually be helpful at all.
You
She'd
rolled
stand out even more.
15? Alrighty.
15
Her-
on perception.
Her armor is
So,
gilded. Don't forget that. She's literally wearing gold.
well, it's not too,
No, I still think you'd do a better job at trying to get the actual explosives that Kyron is right now.
it's not too surprising, that, people are making it fairly obvious that they're aware of your presence, as words quickly going around the guts about or at least this neck of the guts about the outsider looking around, and they're just kind of like saying like, hey, careful this guy, he's an outsider, so you don't know what he's doing here and what he wants, so just keep your eyes out and stay away from him. As far as you can tell, these people are scared of you.
Sure. Do I have any eye shot of the alleyways?
Alleyways? Well, I mean, it's a sewer system, so it's more like there's just intersections.
Well, sure. Do I have any eye shot of those?
Yeah, there's an intersection that's further up into the guts that actually has a series of I guess it's a makeshift bridge of various well, it's like a flotilla bridge. There's like little boats that are just kind of tied to the sides, and they're holding up several sheets of corrugated metal and other such material to make a makeshift platform to walk across.
Well, I'm gonna make my way up towards that. I'm gonna just kind of keep my ears and eyes open and my action ready.
Alright then. So, you venture further into the guts. And, yeah. You make your way there, and, suddenly, you cross to the other side of one of the intersections, and near the corner of one of the vendor buildings, a hooded individual sort of beckons you and goes, "Hey, you outsider."
Oh,
Kind of waves the hooded figure kind of waves a hand towards you to come over to them.
Yasha would have no qualms about just waddling over there like, yeah, okay.
Is my lance doing anything?
There is no danger emanating from the lance.
Does anybody notice him whistling to me?
He seems a bit out of sight for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's not like a deep pocket that he's poking out from, but he's poking out from like the side of a building. There's like a small little gap, but it's not really like a huge alleyway. And he's kind of like slipping out, but the little alley that he's kind of poking out from is fairly shady or shaded.
No, shady is a good app.
Yeah, shady. I mean, this entire place is fucking shady.
It's true. God, I hope we don't have to call the real Slim Shady for all of this.
Wow.
Sorry.
See yourself out,
No,
please.
I'm not sorry.
I guess I will approach the shady individual.
Yep. The hooded character was much smaller than you, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of flags you down and beckons you over. And they they unhood, and it is a halfling woman who kind of looks up at you with a bit of like a somewhat annoyed look, and she's just like, "Are you mad, outsider? What are you doing here?"
It seems like a really abrasive way of saying hello to somebody you never met.
Are you mad? Looks at Kyron.
You know, a hi could be nice.
just assumed.
She gives you a very disapproving look and she says, "Never mind that. Look, if you're coming down to the guts, you need to come here with a guide. We don't like this if you haven't figured it out. Folks from above ain't exactly welcome around these parts."
Well, it doesn't seem like anybody would have much reason to come down here for any reason that didn't involve living here.
Exactly. A lot of these folks come down here because they don't want to be bothered by folks up there. Now, before you go on and disturb more folks, how about you tell me what you need, and then you can go about your way.
Why do you care about what I'm down here for?
Because you're disturbing the peace.
By just standing around here?
Yes, by standing around here. Folks don't like outsiders out here. Now, the sooner we can get you on your way, the sooner we can get back to having an undisturbed peace.
You seem a bit shaky for coming up on me all by yourself.
Well, of course.
It seems like you're in no position to be making demands of me.
I've got plenty. After all, we might not be a lot of folks here might be frightful of outsiders, but if it comes to it, they'll oust you for sure. Or leave you to swim with the rest of the sludge. Now, I'm being nice about this, because the longer you stick around here unattended to, the more likely you're gonna have a run-in with someone who's gonna end up with your body in the river.
I mean, that just sounds like a good time for me. But I call myself a bit of a peacekeeper, so I'll be cordial about this.
No. Okay, yeah. We found the crazy part.
What the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with you?
What isn't wrong with me?
Just down here on good word that somebody was selling explosives. Though it comes to my knowledge now that that whole business is illegal. I'm sure something like that doesn't stop a whole lot of people around here, though.
Well, it would be right to come down here for things of dubious natures. That doesn't make it any better that you did come down here for that reason, and on your own, no less.
Well, I don't have a whole lot of enemies, and I didn't see a need to involve people in my own chores that didn't need to be involved with.
Well, now I know you're lying. Nobody comes down here asking for explosives and doesn't have enemies. Trust me. Do you know what city you're in?
I know too well the city that I'm in, but I don't have any enemies.
Fool, I know we're in Brosnan.
I know we're in Brosnov. Now give me my bombs.
Fool.
God. Well, look. If you want your bombs, I can't help you with that. But I can at least point you to the guys who can give you some of the info.
I'm all ears.
Alright. I can't believe I'm helping some psychopath with bombs. Come with me.
Not wrong either.
And she gestures you to follow, and she urges you, do not stray from her.
Alright. I cast Hunter's Mark on her.
God, why?
No, I was about to say, I feel like sociopath might be more appropriate. Not even jokingly. Like, he might actually just be a straight sociopath. Like, Jesus, Kyron.
Can't lose somebody if you Hunter's Mark. My God. Jesus.
The halfling woman throws her hood back over her head and gives you one last look of just like, follow me, with a gesture.
Alright, I follow her.
With that, I roll an with advantage, roll an investigation.
I'm just learning that nobody can be left unattended anymore. Nobody.
Nope.
Nobody.
You said
Everyone needs a buddy, 'cause we're just-
I think didn't
Yeah,
we
advantage.
establish
Alright,
that like
Okay.
5 sessions ago? And we
Probably. I'm just being
fuck it.
reminded. Just being reminded, like, oh wait, we can't do this. We can't do this.
Yeah. The party is not meant to be split because they'll be in danger of being killed. The party is just
We
not
all
capable
share
of being
one brain
alone.
cell. We all share just a single brain cell.
I like the. This is my chance to
And it
point out.
belongs to Mortar
It's a coin toss to see who gets it when we split up.
What's up,
I like to
Yasha?
point out that yeah, every time Yasha's gone by himself, he has actually excelled and thrived.
And come back
Yeah.
with a
Like
story.
literally the only one who's doing okay by himself.
Well, we're gonna.
Fair.
You may get those Yasha stories, but he thriving out there.
Thrives and gives everyone a heart attack.
Yes.
Or a headache.
Or both.
That's why I said and or.
And,
Fine.
That's a
Fine.
17 on investigation.
all right. With that, she guides you to a very peculiar vendor. This guy's a fishmonger,
Okay.
Fisherman.
and he
Fish throws a stick of dynamite into the lake.
yeah. There's
Seven fish float to the surface.
a rather ragged-looking dwarf selling fish. Is who she takes you to first, and she greets you to the vendor and explains the situation of why you're here. The dwarf is a little bit taken aback given that you're an outsider, but with the halfling at your side, he's not as uncooperative.
Alright.
That being said, make an assisted persuasion. Because even still, he might still refuse you the information you need.
He may.
I am counting on it.
I kind of am too. I'm so sorry.
How
16.
bad could it
Nice.
be? Nice.
He gives you a password, and he says, the weapons shop vendor you actually spoke with is the guy. However, he will not even acknowledge the passcode unless you ask for Agewick. Agewick. And the next
John Wick?
part of the password is trembles.
Okay.
Trembles, you say. To shreds, you say.
To shreds, you say. Yep.
I tip the corner of my helmet, just say thanks for the info.
Yep. The dwarf kind of nods, but you can tell he's not too enthusiastic of imparting the knowledge to you. But
How
he
does this fish
cooperates. They look eatable.
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 Not edible. Eatable.
Eatable.
Yeah.
Is that like sub-edible?
It's not as good as edible.
It's not as good as edible. It's eatable.
What
Alright.
about are they yeetable?
Anything's eatable, although I wouldn't regard it. They could be
what
better,
looks-
but they're not the best quality fish.
What looks like the most choice fish?
The most choice fish. Define the most choice fish for me.
One that doesn't look like shit.
Something that looks
He's-
exotic-ish.
His primo,
Exotic.
the fugu fish.
The flu fish. Well, he's got a fucking angler's head, like an anglerfish head.
Just one?
Just one. It's a big one though.
Yeah, I'll buy that.
It's it'll be 1 gold.
Oh, really helping him out though.
All right,
Gold goes far down here.
Yeah, it does.
I'll give him 4 gold.
Bruh.
His eyes widen. Just, he dies from a heart attack. Nice going, asshole.
It's more like you drop him the 4 gold, and he's like quickly like hides the money. He's just like, oh fuck, this is too much.
Like, whoop. Yeah, I would fucking hide it too down there.
I take my head and walk off.
Yep.
Am I still by half bitch?
Yeah, the halfling is with you. Let's see. Roll me another assisted investigation.
Take 13. Take the worst result.
Coward. 11.
11. Well, it's still enough.
Take it.
You are brought to not a typical vendor, but rather a very sketchy sort of street corner salesman, and the man basically is offering fucking blades from his coat. Like, you know, what are you buying?
What are you selling?
Straight up, it's that guy. Like, as soon as you and the halfling approach, he opens his trench coat.
He flashes you.
He opens one of his trench coats, and you just see like all sorts of crude-looking swords and knives and daggers that he sort of like offers, and he's just like, I've got them at a premium price.
Alright.
What a primo motherfucker.
Yep. And in the same thing, the halfling sort of explains the situation, and to that end, make another persuasion with advantage.
I really want to see Karen get his explosives after all this fucking this fucking stint.
I can't believe if he doesn't
17.
get it.
Yep.
Woo!
With that, he says the final
He's been hiding these bombs
passphrase,
for a while.
and sure enough, he says, "Yep, the last part of the passphrase is Earth."
Something Earth trembles, because I can't remember the first part.
Tomorrow, Earth trembles.
Mm.
That's the full phrase.
I had it in the wrong order.
Yeah, I also mentioned it. It was it
Tremble
was
Earth tomorrow.
tremble Earth tomorrow.
What does that
tomorrow
mean?
Earth trembles. That's the way.
Nice.
But before you say it, you have to ask for
Adric.
John
Adric.
Wick.
That's a perfect
Again,
line.
I tip my helmet to the guy,
And then
and before we leave, I observe his wares.
roll perception.
Oh,
No.
You're observing the man's wares, so.
Yeah. Can I see? No, I refuse to perceive. Just eyes fall
No,
out.
I wish to look at the things, but not really.
Eyes fall out. There we go.
23.
Ooh.
Oh.
Most of the weapons you find are
Disappointed at his roll.
most of the weapons you find are actually crap. Like, to call
Sure.
these fine weapons would be an insult to bad weapons.
Sure.
One, however, does kind of stand out, and it is an interesting looking knife that who's got a slightly different sheen to its metal, so to speak.
Interesting.
It's almost got like it's got an almost like somewhat bluish tint to its color.
Mithril.
Somewhat.
Mithril-y. I don't know. They always tend to rep Mithril being like this light blue of sorts.
Yeah.
Or greenish blue.
Usually the magical properties kind of come off with a greenish bluish hue. This is a somewhat bluish tint to its metallic color.
Ooh. A
What can you
fucker
tell me
weapon.
about this little puppy here?
It's one of our newest finds actually. They say it's the same make as some of the Tetsuguard's blades. If you're looking to do some real damage, you definitely find no better knife than this.
I want to do some fake damage.
Yeah? What is this
That's
thing
true. That's
capable
illegal
of?
as fuck.
What is this thing capable of?
Well,
What sort of real damage are you trying to promise me here?
well, supposedly this is made of the same metals the Tetsugard katanas use, and given the bounding fields that restrict the weapons up above, that's quite a lovely little feat. As you know, regular swords and strikes won't quite do it for most folks. But the Tetsugard can still carry on about their business, without having to be hit by that same issue as most of our fine most of my fine customers might. That being said, I wouldn't want to get caught holding this thing. If the Tetsugard see you with it, they'll be throwing you behind bars for a good time, good long time.
I guess you're lucky that there's no Tetsugard down here to catch you on this, huh?
Yeah. Ain't that lucky? Are you interested?
Insight check.
Go for it.
Is he bullshitting?
Is he clearly like building up a story about a painted dagger? Oh, amazing! Nice.
Well, you're not really able to tell on that one.
So I see you're Stinian today.
Well, we don't know. At least let's hope that he doesn't spend 1,000 gil on a butter knife.
How much is that going for?
For you, my friend, 80 gold.
Oh, pricey. Well, relatively pricey.
What else does he have on him?
In terms of weapons, yeah.
Crap.
From your perception, you know that everything else is garbage.
Well, sure, but what else does he have?
Crooked blades, shitty knives, like really rusty knives, or just like dirty, broken weapons. The man is peddling crap for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
There is an odd blade here and there that do look semi-decent, but a lot of these weapons look like they were like scrounged out from like a smith's reject pile, so to speak. And or whatever was just found laying around. It's fairly clear that this guy's kind of scavenged these things.
No, I don't want to attract too much attention to myself. I'll take a couple of them daggers.
Just the regular daggers?
Just the regular daggers.
Package deal for 1 gold.
Give him 5 gold.
He refuses. He will only take the 1 gold. He says, I'd rather not have the extra attention of good payment, you see.
Well, you either take the 5 gold or I take none of your wares.
With that, he takes the money and hands it off to your assistant, your halfling.
If he does that, I'm gonna slice his hand off.
Damn!
Oh my god, what did we really do? Like, I think he's both. I think he's both.
I implore you, friend. Take the generosity.
Very well. He looks over to the halfling and she just kind of shrugs.
What is wrong with you?
I thought
Me
Porter had
eating popcorn.
something wrong with him, but clearly not. Comparison.
Is he going to take my 5 gold?
He takes your 5 gold.
Okay, how many daggers does he give me?
His fucking hand.
He hands you... How many did you ask for, 2?
Well, how many does he got?
He's got... Let's see how many he's got. He's got 4 daggers.
I'll take the 4 daggers.
That's fair.
Pleasure doing business. Thanks, sir.
He kind of nods and he says, keep a close watch on this one, Maxie. And with that, she scowls at you and then leads you back to the weapon
That's
the weapon
fair.
salesman.
Okay. Ah, this was very productive. Appreciate you doing the guide work for me.
You're just lucky that some of us aren't actually bloodthirsty for the topsiders.
Tyron is bloodthirsty for topsiders. He's not even live down here.
Now figure out how to pay you for your worth.
Don't pay me. Trust me.
It's,
We folks are doing fine on our own. The last thing we want is more of such things. Down here, we do what we do to get by, and things like an excess amount of gold, like you've been peddling around, can sometimes cause more trouble than good.
then let me pay you what the amount of work you did for me is worth. It seems only fair to me, considering you saved me a lot of time and trouble of having to get excessive with some people down here.
How about you just pay me with your word? Pay me with this. Don't come back here with those explosives, and don't come back here with it unless you've got an actual guide to help you. Or if you do, at least look for one before you set foot in the guts.
How about this? I'll do all that if you explain to me what this business is of the syndicate that everybody seems to be talking about around here.
Ah, you're not familiar with the syndicate, are you?
Do I seem like I've known everything else leading up to this point?
And it was my understanding that you were a local from above.
He said all day. Mordred would be proud.
That's also like.
All right, buy your damn bombs, and I'll fill you in on some of the info.
You gonna come with me? Do I have to go up top, or is he down here?
The salesman, you passed him.
Right.
It was the guy at the cage.
But he's the guy at the cage? Okay.
Yeah, he's the guy at the cage. Which, of course, this time she leads and she says, "Hi, he's with me," and then, you say your piece.
I tip my hat. Hello again, sir.
What can I do for you?
Looking for Agewick.
Agewick? Wow, what's Agewick got to say?
I believe something along the lines of "Tomorrow Earth trembles."
You would say that. Alright, hold on. Maxine, you go first. And with that, you hear a click of the lock from the door, and he opens, and the halfling steps in first, and then you are let into the shop. The shopkeeper, who's a scraggly man, kind of rolls down like a blind over the cage, and he says, "All right, stay right there." And he wheels out a crate full of bombs.
What kind of bombs? Are they sticks or are they balls?
They are we're going old-fashioned iron balls.
Okay.
You got cast iron balls.
Not super practical for what I'm looking for, but I guess it'll have to do. How big are they?
They're about baseball sized.
Okay, that's better.
Yeah.
They have the wick and everything.
Yep.
Jesus Christ.
Dude, buy yourself a couple of fat boys.
Oh my word.
Just be like the JonTron meme. It'd be like, I'll take your entire stock.
Well, how impressive is this stockpile that you just wheeled out?
He's got about 20.
Sizable.
It's considerable.
I'm actually scared he's gonna do it.
I
he explains that he does bulk orders of 5, meaning that when you buy 5.
What's the price on 5?
That'll be 120.
What's the catch on these?
Catch? The catch is you don't have them. You don't bring the Tetsuguard down here to ask questions about why you have them.
Believe me, I'm just as much a fan as anybody else down here of keeping them off my ass.
Huh. Well, looks like the outsiders got something we share.
I try to be a bit amicable to everybody. Some people might call me a little excessive in my dealings. I like to think I get the job done.
The halfling says, "You must you must keep some interesting company, I guess."
God.
Let me just put it this way.
He doesn't even know the half of it.
I feel like I've only been alive for about 2 weeks, and I've gotten a lot done.
You're a very efficient worker, Kyron. Very, very efficient worker.
God.
I like to keep a serviceable resume.
I see.
But enough gawk. Let's get down to business here.
Yep.
You have how many in this little cart here?
20 bombs, which you'll sell 5 each for 120.
5 each for 120, huh?
Yep. So you can buy for 480 gold the whole batch, or the whole crate.
You can give me a little go sack for this little doggy bag.
Doggy bag. You came down here looking for explosives and you didn't prep for them?
Oh, I could certainly carry all this, but it'll probably be in the form of me walking out in the middle of the guts with a cart full of bombs.
Right, because Yasha has her bag of holding.
Well, maybe it'd be more prudent for several trips then.
Several trips is good for me.
All right. How about we do this? We'll do whatever you can carry now, and then you just come back for the next batch later. You know the code. I know your face, and Maxie knows you, so that's good enough for me.
I have a sizable bag. I could probably do 10, realistically.
Yeah, I'll give you 10.
Take your entire stock.
Yep.
God.
How often do you restock?
Well, can't say it's consistent, but it's at least once a Brosnov day.
How often do you move around?
Move around? Well, this is the guts. We don't do much moving around here.
I'm sure with the passcode and everything, you don't really need to worry too much about people tracking you down. Just figured that it might be something worth considering.
Oh no, nobody comes down here for any such troubles, except for the gangs.
Yeah? What about the gangs?
Well, you know the gangs. Kings wants something down here, they'll get it, especially if it's illegal. Khan's navy always wants to move stuff around, and of course nobody tracks through the guts. So there's always sailors waltzing about in our back areas.
Anybody in particular of name that makes their way down here quite frequently?
By name? Hell if I know.
How impressive are those people? Are those gangs coming down here? They're not coming in one at a time like me, right? They're coming in kind of arms up, chin forward.
Well, sometimes it's only 1 or 2. Sometimes it's a whole lot of them. We're lucky if it's just 1 or 2. They don't cause much trouble. But every now and again, we'll get 4 or 5 of them, and somebody says something or looks at them funny, and well, it gets ugly.
Yeah? How ugly is ugly? I've seen a good share of gruesome.
The sewer water gets red for a week. That's that kind of ugly, if that's what you're asking.
I'm assuming with no Tetsuguard around, there's no task force keeping them at bay either.
Nope, we're barely regarded as a district as it is, under the authority of Grand Central, as the High Marshal would put it. But of course, nobody sane enough will come down here, which is to our benefit, really. None of us really care for the Tetsuguard, and the Tetsuguard don't really care to come down here.
Nobody's sane enough. Guess it's a wonder why I'm down here.
Yeah, it is a wonder.
God, I wonder too.
Nobody comes down here unless they're looking for something illegal or looking to hide from the Tetsuguard. That's really it.
Well, it sounds like the next time I make my way down here, with the exception of your good stock here, next thing I'm going to be looking for is trouble. If there are gangs sniffing about here.
The last thing you want to be doing is looking for trouble down in the guts. folks might not care for the law, but the up above, but they're not above breaking the law down here either. After all, they just want to keep to themselves. But you know, nobody wants to. Words. Nobody can quite contend with themselves sometimes, and things have to be kept in order in our own hands, so to speak.
I hate to be a bother, truly I do, but if the next time I come to replenish my bomb pile, suppose you could throw some info my way about recent gang members coming in. You seem like you have your finger on the pulse of the happenings around here, so to speak.
Nah, I just hear whatever. I just hear whatever the Watchers hear. Maxie could tell you more. Maxie's just like, dude, don't out me.
Say, no, I don't want to do it anywhere with the psychopath, sociopath. Please.
It turned my head ever so slightly with serpent eyes to Maxine. Oh, is that right?
Yes, I'm one of the Watchers around here. If you haven't figured it out, we might not have Tetsugard, but we have volunteer guards of our own, which we call the Watchers. Whenever things get a little strange or out of hand, we're usually on the scene to break it up. Fight breaks out, and it's Watchers that go and end it. Gangs might get a little rough and start thinking they run the guts, and we are usually the ones dumping their bodies in the river. That sort of thing. That being said, we're not the only authority that handles things. Lots of folks, after all, like to fix things on their own, and we've enough heavy hands to deal with troublemakers, and yeah.
Fair enough. The sun's probably getting low in the next 2 days, so I will gladly take my bombs and make peace with you if that's all right with you. Your name was your Agewick, right?
Yeah. Well, that's the code name, but sure, you can call me Agewick.
Sure.
No worries, Agewick. Understand privacy better than most people. Me and Maxine, I put my arm around her shoulder. We'll be on our way now.
She immediately is like pushes your hand off, like don't fucking touch me.
That's fair. God.
Alright, I take my 10 bombs and I leave.
Yep, you pay the 240.
Mm-hmm.
All right, with that, Maxine brings you towards the back towards the entrance that you came from. But she does ask you about the why you want to know about the syndicate, since you did ask her earlier.
Just want to know why people are so ornery to outsiders, especially if the gangs are all coming down here and, well, not that nobody's bothered by it, but it doesn't seem to worry them as much. I mean, people are throwing out terms like syndicate with a capital S. It seems like kind of a big deal.
Well, given that the Guts is often a haven, known for being a haven of crime, it often attracts that sort of attention. And the truth of it all is that a lot of people that come to the Guts are people who just simply want to live outside of the authority of the Tetsugard because it's just too oppressive, or they simply can't really eke out a life in Brosnov proper, and so they find one here. After all, it's not as expensive living in the Guts. It's a lot of folks that don't have a lot of money live down here, so folks who just want to kind of live a quiet, peaceful life, even if it's not with a lot of money. Don't want to be troubled by elements such as the Tetsugard or the gangs or any other businesses that are, often brought from above, and which is fair. as for the Syndicate, she makes mention that while the Syndicate was a horrible thing to have happened to the to Brosnov, it wasn't too bad for the Guts, because all things considered, yeah, whenever people from the Syndicate came down to the Guts, it was very rare that the Guts was used a lot by the Syndicate. And when it was, I mean, it wasn't very frequent. The place was kind of more or less protected, because one of the other things is gangs will come down here and they'll run into each other, and their run-ins aren't exactly friendly. And you know, nothing spells out a bad day like watching two thugs just duke it out in basically your front yard.
Sounds about right.
Or yeah, or even better, someone breaking into your house and then killing some other dude in your house.
Dude.
Things like that is a regular occurrence with the current gangs that are reigning. But when the Syndicate was around, they kind of kept things up to a certain code. They weren't that much better, that being said, though. When they came in, they ran the place like their own. That is the one downside that she kind of mentions that a lot of people forget. While the Syndicate didn't quite as frequently accost the locals of the Guts, they did kind of had a very strict grip on folks, which is to say, if the Syndicate showed up and told everybody to like go home and don't come out for the day, that was it. There was no argument. There was no fighting. You went home because you either went home or you paid dearly.
No, I was gonna say you go home, alive or not is a different question.
Yeah. Whereas, with some of the lesser gangs, yeah, every now and again, you might get every other day some assholes fighting in your tunnels, or somebody coming in to buy bombs and then plan to blow them up not far from your place. But at the very least, if you didn't like them, you could just kill them. Well, if it resorted to that.
Put a gentle shiv between their ribs.
You could definitely the current gangs, the issue of them is that they're frequent, but they can be ousted. Syndicate had no such compromise. When they came in, that was it. So.
You speak of them in the past tense, like they're not around anymore.
They are most certainly not.
We knew this.
Kyron, are you feigning this, or are you actually asking?
Like, did our party know this?
Yes.
Yes.
Did I know this?
Yes.
I hope so.
The real question.
Yeah. But I can tell you it again.
Yeah.
The Syndicate was broken up 3 years ago. You remember Walter's big old tower that is no longer there? Basically what happened was there was a huge split in the Syndicate between Walter and his brother. And the split resulted in a citywide gang war. And ended with Walter's tower blowing up and crashing on half of the Hanging Garden.
Yeah, I'll toss this to Kyron. Wasn't paying attention to that whole bit.
Well.
So this is brand new information being directly told to him in a manner where he can actually commit it to memory.
Fair. Date and Walter did, well, more so Date than Walter kind of mention it in the last session, but it has been a while.
They might have mentioned it in the last session, but I think where my headspace was when I was playing as Kyron was that he's just kind of looking out and observing the thing. They're like, oh yeah, talking to the party and everything. And I'm like, man, look at that farm field.
Fair enough. Yeah. Basically, what ended up happening is the Syndicate leadership basically had a huge breakdown, and some of the guys basically turned against the guys who were running the show, and there was a huge brawl across pretty much all the districts. Like every inch of Brosnov had somebody fighting somebody, and it was terrifying. And it lasted for a good afternoon. Yeah, it lasted an afternoon. Yeah, a good long afternoon. A Brosnov afternoon, so. Yeah. And it was...
That happened over there, right? At
Peng...
Walter's Tower.
Well, it happened all over Brosnov. As in, every district had gangs fighting. Like, it was... The Syndicate owned basically all of Brosnov. They were more powerful than any gang currently. And they definitely flexed that authority. And it terrified the technocrats. Because they essentially took that power out of the technocrats' hands.
I'm gonna ask Maxine. So after all that went down, there were no fledgling gangs that tried to hang on to former glory or anything like that.
After that, everybody waiting underneath the syndicate took over. The gangs that the groups that split off from the syndicate ran off or were arrested, presumably, while others ran off to take shelter with the other gangs, and now we have these other groups who sort of filled that void that the syndicate left behind.
And Edgewick said that the Kings and who was the other one that comes down?
The Kings, the Khan's Navy, everyone really, but those are the two that the most frequently show up.
So and Khan's Navy.
The Kings, as she mentions, the Kings usually come down here for a lot of illegal material. And she mentions that knife that the one salesman had. Stuff like that, the Kings will be looking for. Mm-hmm. Mostly because they have a knack for turning over any sorts of materials into illegal weapons. Illegal swords, illegal blades, illegal guns. Things that the Bounded Field can't quite control. So the Kings have a knack for finding such scraps and then arming their own guys with that stuff. So they're about as dangerous as fighting a Tetsugard in some regards, since their weapons aren't necessarily restricted by the Bounded Field.
Interesting.
As for the Khans, well, the Khans are known for their smuggling routes, and most of them do business through the Guts by moving a lot of their contraband goods in and out of Brosnov through the Guts. As you know, the Tetsugard regulate everything that comes in and out of the city, so...
Sure, that makes sense.
What better way to undermine the authority than to walk where the authority doesn't?
Nobody knows where their starting point and end point is.
Some of us do, but we don't go causing such trouble. After all, they tend to keep to themselves most of the time, so they're not too bad. Unlike the Kings, who'll actually come down here and accost us for our scrap and goods.
What about your group? You're just the cops down here, the Watcher. You said you guys are called
Watchers. Yes. I wouldn't consider us a group. More like just a handful of volunteers with a skill or two, and maybe some good words to put in for folks.
Neighborhood watch.
Pretty much.
Okay, understandable. Now let me ask you: are they going to be looking for that knife on Shady Coat over there specifically?
Him? Maybe not in particular, but if they see it, no doubt they'll probably want it. Whether it comes down to whether he wants to sell it or not, it'll be up to him. But he's a smart kid. He'll probably keep it for himself. After all, the last thing you want is to sell from a king. They'll come back asking for more.
And if if the kings come and discover it on his person, they'll just take it from him?
Probably. Let's just say we're hoping it doesn't come to that.
Time's a wasting for me. I appreciate your time here, all the information you've given me. Is there a way I can contact you if I ever find myself down here, like tomorrow?
Well, if you happen to have the misfortune of gracing us with your presence again, just ask for the Watchers. I'm sure you can find one, or one will find you in quick order. But so long as you tell them that you're looking for the Watchers, or ask for me, I suppose it's better than having you wandering around till you get yourself involved into a fight.
God forbid that anybody has the misfortune of enjoying my wonderful, pleasant company.
Well, you behaved yourself, so I'll give you that.
He puts a coy look on his face and puts his hand on his chest.
Pretty miraculous.
I always behave myself. I don't know what you're implying here.
And yet somehow I don't believe that. I don't believe that claim.
I turn around and walk away, throwing my hand up. Thanks a lot.
Best of luck, and keep out of trouble. Last thing I want is having Tetsugard come in here asking about the bombs.
I'll keep out of trouble as I aggressively shuffle my handbag full of bombs.
Jesus. Alright, explosives acquired.
Contact acquired, more importantly.
Yes.
I'm killing it.
You done it.
Contact.
Another contact.
Oh boy.
It's all coming together when you're gonna summon them all for like the last mission.
It's all connected.
I can't wait until I kick my feet up on the desk with the party looking at me. I have a big fat cigar in my mouth. I love it when a plan comes together.
Oh my.
Brosnov on fire.
Jesus.
What his first reaction is, you had a plan?
That was the plan.
You're the dude. Aaron's the opposite of Hannibal. Okay, he is the opposite. I mean, we're all the opposite, but you know.
Spectacular. In any case,
Karen's Murdoch. You don't get to be Hannibal.
Murdoch, not Murloc.
When Mom says we have Hannibal at home, Hannibal at home.
Hannibal at home.
God.
And if you're Hannibal, what does that make us?
Good question. I'm gonna leave that to you guys.
Well, in any case,
I will return to home swiftly.
you return home. And with that, we will segue to Yasha.
Yasha, do not run into anything is crazy. I beg of you.
I can't help that. I don't know.
The
Fate
dice.
decides.
The dice will decide your fate, friend.
We're gonna run into Jin.
If we do, at least it could be worse.
Now, don't provoke the dice now.
We're gonna run into Jin.
Look, I'm not
Who
Levine. It's
do
fine.
you run into?
Oh, that's fair.
And as long as I don't put a hand on Jin, I won't lose it. So.
It's true. He will continue to make good on that promise. Ooh, okay. You run into Jin. I'm kidding.
I was waiting for that to be true.
No.
Knowing Yasha's luck, he tends to run into Date like constantly.
I have a thing here set for potential run-ins, and Jin is a nat 20.
It's a vainglorious day that Jin will appear.
Yep, you have a 1 in 20 chance for Jin to show up.
And cause problems.
Yeah, he is a boss encounter. Nope. Yasha, did you have any particular direction you were headed towards, or were you just going?
No,
I go in-
completely random. In
Alright.
fact, hold on. I wish I had like a randomizer for directions.
Hmm.
Roll a D8 and look at a compass.
Yep.
Yeah.
Look at a compass rose.
As I write calm ass. Yeah. That's
Calm ass.
calm ass. Tell me which direction to go.
Calm ass goes.
Northwest, I suppose?
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty. That kind of brings you over to like the entertainment district areas.
Oh no.
Oh yes.
That being said, you do bump into someone.
Oh,
It's a wandering samurai.
oh shit.
Oh shit, a wandering samurai. Hello, wandering samurai.
Yep.
One that
Do I recognize this particular wandering samurai?
Nope, it's a new one.
Oh shit.
This one is. Let's see what this
Dead.
one is. This one is
No.
dead. No, I'm kidding. No, this one is well, it's a human. Just a regular dude. Yeah, just a regular old samurai.
Huh.
Yep.
Size him up.
He takes notice of this and he's just like, "Can I help you?"
Oh, sorry. I've been running into lots of samurai. You looked almost similar to another samurai I know.
Oh,
Die, monster.
samurai? Ah, you've run in with some of the local samurais.
Yeah. Yasha will recount
a lot of them.
the named ones, which is to say a decent amount of them.
Do you actually like mention by name?
Yeah, Yasha would.
I think at the mention of Fuyuto, he's just like, "Wait, you've met the legendary swordsman Fuyuto?"
Yeah. Looks
Didn't-
like he's just like, yeah. Doesn't know if he should say more. It's like,
Yeah.
Let's.
We're just giving him the look of don't say anymore.
Wasn't he
Let's
arrested?
go.
Telling him.
Wait a minute, wasn't he arrested last week?
yeah. Unfortunately, he was causing lots of problems.
He said unfortunately.
Yeah, apparently, according to the news. Yasha.
Huh? Strange. Were you a student at his school then?
Actually, a Mortarin was.
Amazing.
Oh.
Go off, King.
This is what you get for following Yasha.
It's
No
fine.
pressure.
It could be worse.
It
So does
might
that mean
get
that
worse.
makes you a samurai then?
Well, in training, yes.
Oh.
I don't think he actually ever finished the school, unfortunately.
No.
He kind of got arrested.
And then Yasha's like, actually, I think that was his first week.
Yeah, it was very, very inconvenient.
Are you carrying your weapons on you, by the way, Mordrin?
You know what? I have no idea if he would carry it with him. He still has it.
I don't know. Not
I'm,
sure.
I'm presuming he has his like long sword and his staff, yeah.
You know what?
Well, we gotta have the bonk staff. Bonk stick.
I'd imagine
He
he'd
has,
leave
use the
home without
bonk stick.
that.
Of course he has the stick, but
I'd imagine
Yeah.
using the bonk stick
hi,
as
he actually took it with him. All right, he has the sword.
Yeah,
Well,
bomb.
the samurai does look you over and he does take notice of your sword and he's just like, "Oh. Well, if you're technically a samurai in training then," and then you see him kind of reach for his sword. "I would love for a spar."
Yep.
Yeah, Morta just looked at it deadpan, just like, you really are going to ask somebody who's had a week of training to try to fight you?
A week of training
Valid
under the legendary swordsman Fuyuto. Of course, I'd never pass up the opportunity. You have the samurai spirit. Now then, we must test our mettle.
Yasha's just clapping like, oh shit.
Morta just looks at Yasha, you just like, you know what? Don't make mention of this to your mom.
Mom.
Don't mention this to mom. And he takes out the sword.
Awesome.
Yasha, mom.
Mom.
Yeah, like, mom,
Well,
don't
they-
mention
he-
anything to mom.
It takes him a few minutes, but he's like, oh.
Primal instinct.
Mommy? Sorry. Mommy?
Alright.
Mordrin, that man over there is referring to that lady as mommy. But he's kind of old for that, though.
Nope, shut up. Nope. We're not having this conversation now. We're having a fight.
Roll initiative.
Incredible.
Alright, let's do this. Let's see how quickly he gets his ass kicked.
Yasha will help clear the
this is a
surrounding
10,
area.
this is a 10. Yeah, 10.
Yasha will help clear the surrounding area, like, you know, they're dueling. Don't walk over here.
Yeah, folks are quick to notice that there's two samurai about to duel it out, and they're just like, oh, it's a fight, and they're just like stopping, and they're like, oh, I can't wait to see this.
Oh boy. This is not gonna end
Luck.
well for us, but that's alright.
The people are watching.
But that's alright.
The samurai will go before you, if that's your rule.
Yes, that is my role.
Okay, yeah.
That is
I mean,
fine.
Mordrin's
get
not
your
really...
Yeah. And I should say, obviously, he's going to put the bonking stick down because that would be cheating.
Yep.
Fireball!
You guys,
I don't even have fireball.
both you and him
Samurai
are
card.
within the bounded field, just FYI.
Yeah, I've
And he
studied
says,
the Spellblade.
he does say best in the, we'll do the best of 3 rounds.
Alright.
So in other words, he'll go, then you'll go, then he'll go, then you'll go, and then whoever does the most to each other in these 3 rounds wins.
Alright, my money is on the samurai.
What's your AC?
My
Keep
AC
in
is
yourself.
always a 16. I have to get one up.
He misses. All right, go.
Whoa, your turn.
Whoa.
Oh god. Wait, hold on. Oh, wait. Oh shit. No, wait, I'm proficient in it. God, barely.
I mean,
Oh,
you're an
my
elf,
God.
so yeah, you would
Yeah.
roll with your dex.
Holy shit!
All right,
Doesn't,
You
do
got the-
damage.
doesn't get his dex. He doesn't get his
Alright.
dex, though. Because it's not a finesse sword.
It is
It's
not.
just a basic longsword.
6 damage.
6
with the
damage.
longsword.
So that will be D10. The longsword? I thought it was D8.
Yeah, it's versatile.
Handed.
Because he's
Oh,
two-
'cause you're two-handing
I'm
it.
two-handing it because I don't have
Alrighty.
anything else.
Fair enough. Okay,
Please, man, do not disappoint yourself.
he hits.
Uh-oh. Go, Dad,
Please
go.
don't lose to a wizard.
With the bounded
Don't
effect,
lose to a wizard?
with the bounded effect, he only does 2 damage.
Oh no, my god, please!
I mean, I think we're counting hits here, not damage, given the bounded field.
Oh my
I mean,
God.
we are counting the damage.
Oh, okay,
You
nice.
will miss with that.
Oh,
Alright,
why
I
should
missed
get
that.
Lamine up in here, then she'll take no damage.
It's true. Yeah, I do not
Oh,
miss.
he nat ones.
Oh my
You get
God.
advantage.
Oh no.
I think the...
And you'll
17.
you'll hit.
Wait, sorry, not 17.
Be plus
12,
4.
16.
I think he's,
Do
I think he's...
still hit with a 16?
Yes.
Oh
He
my
might
god.
be... He might be,
Welcome to die.
Oh my god.
Yeah!
Yep.
I think
Hello?
he's maybe he's hyping himself too much, and he's just like, it's the legendary Fuyuto student, and he might be like star striking himself by accident.
Yep.
I need
Takes his strike. Nani Deska.
Desuka.
Murderin says nothing personnel, kid.
Yeah, whap.
Yep. Quite literally, he stumbles over his own form, and Mordrin kind of, I mean, I wouldn't say like in a manner of speaking where he's like, weakness, and he strikes. It's more like, I guess he's open, and you bat the man on the head,
And he's like, ah!
and the strike ends up just carrying him forward, and he falls face first into the ground. And, yeah.
Yasha-
Man, this
Yasha
intense
be
fight
like,
music
"Ooh,
for the most, like,
klutz fight.
klutzy fight. What a
I mean-
clumsy samurai.
Oh my god.
You realize this is
so
you realize this is totally in the vein of a Yasha story, right? Nonsensical bullshit happening.
God. Again, Mordred will emphasize, we speak nothing about this to your mother.
Please tell me this. Please.
You'll find that very difficult if you actually win.
You won!
You did win.
Point at Samurai on the ground.
You
Like,
did.
if you actually
happened.
Like, if you win this, like, Yasha will just be like, but how can we not tell them?
Well, congratulations. Mordor actually won.
Yeah.
The fuck?
You defeat the samurai and in a very
I mean,
hilarious.
truly, Yasha's strange luck is transferring to you. Yasha's like, you did it!
Amazing.
Wow, Mordor, I guess that samurai training really did stick, huh?
Yep. This is like amazing.
I will help.
Only
I
a
will help
week's
the other
worth of
samurai up.
training, and you were able to defeat me so soundly.
Mordred is trying his best not to be like, man, my dude, you're having an off day.
He's clearly not
Mordred's like,
aware of how bad his day is. I think he's more like having the best day anyway,
He's like-
looking at it from his
Yeah,
perspective.
Just like, alright, yeah,
I'm going to Yasha will patch up these samurai's wounds.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah.
It's not much, but still, it's some basic stuff. Pat,
Yeah.
pat, pat.
Yeah.
The
Mordred would, but then he'd feel real bad at being like, better at healing than I am at attacking things with a sword.
Cough,
And
cough.
I'm not even that
He's-
good in comparison.
I mean, he's probably not even that hurt. I could probably just take a bandage and just clean him up.
Yeah.
You don't need to use magic on this.
He's not worth it.
So, while patching him up though, I've been like, so what do you know of Fuyuto?
Oh, just almost everything that all the other samurai know. He's one of the legendary swordsmen of Brosnov. Even the Tetsuguards struggle to contend with swordsmen such as his skill. I had high hopes to get into the school as well, up until that whole that whole fiasco happened. A shame, really. Still,
Really a shame.
I'm glad I was able to at least meet one of his skilled disciples.
Disciples.
Morden just kind of like just nods, like, yeah, it was a very enlightening experience.
Yep.
Food was apparent. Everyone involved.
The man gives you a very chipper smile, and he extends an arm out to greet, and he says, "The name's Akechi, by the way."
Cool.
And yeah, he will say, Morden just kind of like looks at it, just, all right, after you have to be social for once.
Yasha will even actually nudge you at this point, just like,
Yeah,
eh.
you're like, just do it. Like, okay, and he will, be the same, and he just says, Morden.
and name's Yasha.
Yasha, interesting. That's quite the that's quite the team we've got here, you two. So, are you one of the wandering samurai after the school fell apart? Do you
Oh, no,
happen
are
to
you
know
wondering?
where the rest of your disciples are? I'd love to meet more of your fellow peers and learn from them.
Unfortunately, no.
Yeah, and I'm no wandering
feeling-
samurai. I'm just I'm a Mordrin's friend.
I see.
He is my son.
This is my son.
I say that.
I mean, you could fool him, I bet.
Hmm.
This is my son.
This is my
Being
son.
an elf, you're like, you know what? That's fair.
I mean, all it takes is an elf to bang a human, and it's like, oh look, it looks human.
Bruh.
Bruh. You're right. But bruh.
I asked Akechi if he's like the samurai that does like, the patrols this particular district, since they seem to kind of have their turfs of sorts.
In a manner of speaking, yes, although I'm not quite the lead samurai that runs around here. I'm one of the fledglings, so to speak.
Oh, I wasn't aware there was such things.
Well, much like how Fuyuto has his students and disciples, well, all the samurai have I guess, so to speak, understudies.
Well, I suppose that does make sense.
Yep,
Kind of like school. It's like the school, but much less official.
in a manner of speaking. Well, we now and again follow around and watch some of the other more experienced samurai, and sometimes we get the good fortune of having a bout with them and learning a lesson or two.
I hope today was very. I hope today was a very educational experience.
Oh, don't. Oh, trust me, it was enlightening. I'll have to remember to work on my stance so as not to trip over my own footing again.
I
yeah.
I have a feeling, out of character, of course. I have a feeling this poor sap wouldn't make it into Fuyuto's school.
Oh, who knows? Maybe
Maybe
he has.
it is just an
Maybe
off day. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
Maybe he'd have the stomach for Nato.
Maybe.
Actually, Yashua say, what do you think of natto?
What does he think of natto?
Supposedly, according to Mortarin, they serve that at they served a diet of nothing but that and rice.
He doesn't know.
He's like, what the hell is that?
He's just like, I've never had it, so I'm not too sure.
Well, that is one piece of information I could give you. Apparently, apparently eating it makes you a real samurai, and Mortarin here loves that stuff.
Huh, interesting. I suppose I'll have to look into the cuisine myself. Maybe it'll help me become stronger.
Yeah. Fucking luck, dude.
Yeah. Mortar doesn't even stop it, because that's just true.
I mean, you never know. He might think it's
Well,
not
Mortarin
so
actually
bad.
likes the stuff, so he would just be like, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Mortar unironically likes it.
Yeah.
So,
Fucking madman.
Madman.
We are all
he
mad.
likes natto, but he can't stand coffee, apparently. I rolled for that.
Yep.
Nope.
Different kinds of.
It's a different taste altogether.
Well, I thank him for his time. Because I don't know
All
what else we can
dimensions now.
glean from Akechi, other than his friendship. So, just, good
Some
to meet
samurai.
you, thanks. And thanks for the duel, and I can't believe Mortarin won, out of character.
Mortar
and
can't believe Mortar won.
I basically patch Mortarin's 2 wounds up with the fucking bandage or something.
His whopping 2 damage.
I didn't even write that on my character sheet, so I got a paper cut.
It really
yeah,
is.
Got nicked.
It really is just a slightly hard bruise. He didn't even hit you with like his actual blade. It's more like you got caught by the flat of it.
Yeah. It's still Yasha, so he'll just
He
bandage
stepped on
it.
my foot.
He gave you a step toe. When he went to swing at you, he fucking like stomped on your foot, and you're like, ow!
Yeah. Maybe instead of catching you with the blade, he just accidentally hit you with the handguard.
And that's why he tumbled, is because he stepped on Mortarin's foot, and that wasn't the floor. I don't know. It was something. But in any case, yeah, I thank him for his time, and wander on.
Yep. As it is, he waves you guys off and he says, it's like, it was a pleasure having this spar. I look forward to meeting and testing metal again once I get better. Mark this day, Mortarin. Yes. We shall be rivals. Friendly rivals.
Of course.
Okay.
Yay, Mortarin's got a rival!
Yay, I have a rival. What is his name again?
Akechi.
Red coat.
Got it.
Or red shirt, rather.
He seems nice enough. I hope he gets well in life.
He ends up being the guy that kills Jin in a duel.
Oh my
And
god,
of course,
that would be amazing.
It would be like a purely accidental thing too.
From humble beginnings, this wandering samurai is the man who defeats the most powerful bladesman in all of Brosnov.
And he was.
I mean, if
somehow,
Mortar
at
beat him,
some
that
point,
means
he
Mortar's.
got beaten up by a wizard.
I was about to say,
his
like,
motivation. That was his motivation. He's like,
by that
I'm
logic,
inspired.
Mortar was stronger than Jin?
yes.
That dude is literally Ash Ketchum.
Yep.
Let's see. What direction do I wander now?
Just please don't talk about duels. I don't know if Mortarin has it in him to
I don't think you can
do
stop
that
him anymore.
More.
set in stone. Sorry, Mordorin.
We wander somewhat southeast.
Asha is inevitable.
You go the opposite direction of where you went.
Alright, well, you double
Yeah, I know,
back.
right?
I
Actually,
guess
you know
we're
what?
going
That's
home.
actually that's kind of dumb.
Yeah,
Hold on.
I would say that you.
There you go.
Uh,
You go slightly
I'm
to
gonna,
the right.
I'm
of the
gonna,
opposite
I'm gonna
direction.
I'm
DM
gonna say
overrule
southwest.
this. I'm gonna DM overrule this and say that you just continue in the same direction, just for brevity's
Okay.
sake.
Yeah.
That being said, recall my thing about how I said that there's a slight chance of run-ins of certain characters. Yes.
Oh, boy.
correct.
You encounter Jin.
Shut up.
You
I actually rolled a nat 20. You
Fuck
actually
you.
encounter Jin.
shit.
That's
Um,
fun.
Yasha will cheerily greet Jin.
Do you actually walk up to Jin? He is currently preoccupied.
Yeah.
The man is entertaining himself with a vendor, who's selling
I'm gonna
him some
order and
snacks.
stop them.
If it seems like Yasha's going to go for Jin, Morden just kind of stops him, just like, look, he looks like he's done a job right now. You don't wanna, you don't wanna disturb him on a job.
Well, I get. Doesn't even think about it. Well, maybe you're right.
You do also recall the warnings heeded by your somewhat assassin friend,
Mm-hmm.
Kalik mentioned the
Yes,
next
Kalik.
time you guys would have a run-in with any of the members that they would not be amicable at all.
Amicable.
Amicable.
Recalling
Oh,
this
I-
information,
it's like-
Yasha thinks about it, and then he'll wander elsewhere, or attempt to at least.
Fare thee well, ogre.
I will recommend stealth with advantage,
I would also recommend stealth with advantage.
given that he hasn't seen you guys, and now would be a good chance to sneak away
Oh.
before he does.
Yeah, Morden's like
19.
and disappears. Mine would be at least a 21. Let me double check. Yeah, 21. Morden's like, nah, bitch, we ain't dealing with this. I already won once. I don't need to get my ass kicked by an actual samurai.
You fought the weakest, now fight the strongest.
No, thank you.
Face, cur.
Time shift. But yeah, 19 out of 21, I suppose, for our stealthies.
19 and 21 for stealth. Alrighty. Well, let's see how aware
Perceiving.
good old Jin is. Oh my god, he is not. But damn, was he
He-
close.
Oh, man.
He's really wrapped up in that vendor.
Not quite, actually. A brief moment where he pauses and turns his head in the direction where you guys were happens, where he's just like, he's talking and all of a sudden he's just like, someone's looking at me, and he turns his head and then you guys are just already vanished in a crowd. But he kind of scans around and then just kind of shrugs and goes back to whatever he's doing.
What was that noise?
Pretty much, his guard sense is triggered.
It's all the fucking
Pulls katana.
Walker sort of like follow request, being like, huh?
Immediately turns around.
Yeah. Huh? Must be hearing things.
Yep, it's one of those stealth segments. Then he
Hides
runs
behind-
around.
hides-
or-
Hides behind the tiny ass rock with my fucking goo mount. Ah, nothing here.
All right then. There's
Must
the
have
one
been
where
the
I was like
wind.
following
In the wind. Yeah,
there
that's my other favorite one. Must be the
was
wind.
one where I was following one of the NPCs and they kept double backing to be all like, it's like, I see you, and then there's just like nothing. I'm like, huh, I could have sworn someone's following me. And they did it like 4 fucking times, and I'm like, bruh, just go already.
Just keep going. But yeah, all right.
But yeah.
Do we move on, or what's the deal, yo?
Well, unless you feel like turning back around and saying hi to Jin.
No, I guess
Uh-huh.
I suppose we wander forward,
Hurrah.
but probably not. Probably with the intentions of going in a huge circle back to the house at this point. Then.
Yeah. We'll
Yeah.
probably have to go in roundabout way so as not to risk a second run-in with ya boy.
Which is fine, and Yasha's in no rush. This is his day. He's just gonna, well, look around and wander. See if
Yep.
there's anything interesting buildings or interesting stores or people is what Yasha's looking for.
You want to go doing a little searching?
It's more like he's just doing that as he wanders.
Window shopping.
He's just, if he sees an interesting building, what was it? Because it's someone who's never really been in a very large city. He's seen a few stores and he's seen people, but obviously he hasn't seen, maybe specialty stores.
Mm-hmm.
That would be unique, or like unique individuals. He's just kind of looking out for, just gawking around.
Yeah.
I see.
As he wanders. So it's more like as he wanders, does he spot, just like with your roles, does he bump into anyone? And two, does he bump into strange-looking outlets or entertainment or stores or something? Someone might consider the store not being usual.
So he doesn't run into anybody. However, he does have a run-in with an interesting-looking building. This one looks fairly tall. Somewhat reminiscent to the building that Walter and Date's office building. It's an office building. It's similar to how Walter and Date's.
But in the entertainment district?
It's near the entertainment district or entertainment part of because you're still in the toolbox, but you're in the entertainment part of the toolbox. But there's a office structure near it. And yeah, it kind of sticks out pretty weirdly and out there.
Hey Morden, what is that? Is that an office?
It's somewhat reminiscent to Brass and Copper Investigations.
I would assume then it's some sort of office then, or investigation office if it looks the same.
What is there? Is it possible to like look in without going in?
The glass is tinted.
Without obviously like pushing face against window.
Yeah, no.
Yasha will just kind of like look over the building, kind of like, what is this? Without actually going in. There's no need for him to go in, but he's just like, huh.
Mordrin is like, I don't know, but it looks like an office building of some sort, yes.
Interesting that there's an office here.
Does it look like he knows the entertainment district much?
No, but
sees more entertainment than he does.
Is there anything on the building, like a plaque, anything, really? Or even like a placard that'd be like, this is the so-and-so building or something like that.
There's no naming to the building. However, there is like it looks like a list of names with like a building number attached to them. Meaning like, it's kind of like how some of the office buildings will have like, 101 is this business, 102 is this business.
Oh.
It's like one of those kinds of...
Looks at it.
Okay, what do they say?
What are the businesses inside?
Rather than actual businesses, it's more like there's some names for their businesses, so to speak. One of them is gadgets and repairs. Another one is airship designs. And then last one is investigations. It's Sammy's Investigations.
Sammy.
Yep.
Sammy. Nice. Good job, Sammy. You're doing good.
We should probably note this down, Mordwin, if we ever need airship stuff or repairs.
I am noting it down in my brain right now. What was this first one?
It was there was gadget repairs, airship.
There's gadget repairs, airship designs, and Sammy's Investigation. Yeah, designs. Things like this is where they go and they draw up designs for airships and stuff.
Mordrin, you don't suppose we could turn our carriage into an airship? Could we?
Knowing who we have, that's not a question of if.
Just when. Note though, these are some interesting locations.
It would come down to asking. It would come down to asking for these guys on how they would go about making it. They don't have the
Yeah.
material, but they would draw up the plans for it.
Which is, I mean, that's a good head start, but it's also good to note.
Yep.
Look, all I'm saying is we give Lamine or Kyron the ability to even think that we could turn our character to an airship. It's gonna happen eventually.
Absolutely.
I mean, Kyron has. It's just Yasha mumbling. Kyron does have bombs. And and if we had an airship, that's a lot of bombs to put on an airship.
I cast jump on myself.
God.
It begins.
Yep.
I don't know who this Sammy is, but I hope they're doing well.
Well, yeah, I'm sure they're an interesting individual. As you start to part ways from the place, you do kind of stop as a halfling riding a dog passes you guys, and he says, "Pardon me, sirs. Seem to have gotten myself a little lost."
We walk away. We walk away.
Yasha's just like looking, is like, what?
No. Alright. I tried my best to be like, no, I don't want to be here, because I know. And fucking, no, I want to get out.
Yasha's just like watching in amazement at this duo.
Yep, it's
Yeah,
a halfling
Mordred
riding a very large dog.
Mordred
At least
is
for the
just-
halfling.
Just confused.
That's an amazingly large dog, sir.
Yep. Why, thank you. Old Betty here's been well fed. She takes good care of me, taking me around town.
May I pet her?
Oh, well, you'll have to ask Betty first. What do you say, Betty? You mind? The dog kind of makes a, not really like a whimper or a bark, but it kind of makes a, regarding noise and lowers his head for you. Yeah. Yeah.
Yasha pets it like he did with wild wolves, but maybe not as roughly since it doesn't need that.
Old Betty's a little strange around new folk, but don't mind her. She's perfectly friendly. Now then, can you twos tell me where I am? I'm trying to find myself over to the Sea District, but wouldn't you know it, I couldn't find my way getting in there. You see, these alleys, they just wind and turn, and they're just very, very vexing.
I can understand that. I get lost on these alleys all the time. Am I able to discern which way Sea District is using the card initially received?
No, that only tells us where the house is, right?
Yeah, it only tells you how to go back
but
home.
But it's at least I mean, it should at least help out a little bit with discerning. Actually, Mordrin would have a better idea where Sea District is, considering.
Well, all things considered, you guys did take a trek to the Sea District to arm up to fight the Void Rider, and you guys would know that you got to take the train.
Well, actually, if that was the case, then yeah, Yasha would know. In Yasha's way, he would say, well, let's see, Sea District. I do know we had to take a train to get there in that direction.
Of course, the train. Why didn't I think of that? He's a smart kid. Now, I gotta just find the train station.
Alright, take care, mister.
Oh, Sammy's the name. Nice to meet you.
Oh, so that's your office?
Yep, I seem to have a horrible habit of circling back to my own office. You'd think I'd know this city like the back of my hand.
Oh, my name is...
Run! We run! Run, Yasha, run!
Yasha does not heed Mordrin's mental words.
Not even his, my own. Oh god!
Well, my name is Yasha. It's a pleasure to meet you, Sammy, and Mr. Dog. Oh, was it Betsy or whatever?
Betsy.
Betsy, yeah. And Betsy.
Yep. The halfling kind of gives a nod, and He smiles. He's just like, always happy to meet friendly faces around town.
What's wrong, Mordrin? You seem perturbed.
I'm perturbed. Mortarin is just more like, God,
the
do
fuck?
we have to keep talking to this guy? I personally am perturbed.
Okay, that's fair. It's okay, Mordrin. We'll be going soon enough. Well, thank you, Mr. Sammy. We'll see you later.
Of course, of course. Now, I hope you guys have yourselves a nice, safe time.
Hard and Brosnov, but
No,
we will do our best.
No.
Yeah, of course. Oh, and there's just one more thing.
Oh no.
Huh?
He hands you his card and he says, I mean, I runs a business. I might not be able to find my way around this part of town, but if you ever find yourself in need of a good investigator, I'm one of the best. And if you're in need of some good cooking, my wife makes the most delicious pies.
A wife?
Of course, I've got a wife.
No, me too, myself. Has a wife?
Ah.
Just give him the standard warrior like big head nod. I give him a good nod. Work those neck muscles.
Damn it.
Yep.
I'll make sure to keep that in mind. Thanks.
He nods and then he pats his dog and says, "All right, let's get to the train station." The dog makes another and then it just rides off.
There sure is a lot of interesting people in Brosnov, isn't there, Mortarin?
Yes, unfortunately. Now let's go home. I've had enough for one day.
Come on, Mortarin. We only walked like a couple miles.
The dog's face, by the
way. A couple miles
way.
for you is a lot more than a couple miles for me.
Okay. Well, we can't go back the way we came, so unfortunately we may have to walk a little longer, but we'll start heading home.
Fine.
All right. You circle around, going a longer route, which will give you just one more encounter.
Oh God.
It's not a 20.
It's not
It's
20.
not a 20.
Who could it be?
Like, how did you get on the other side of town, Jin?
He has his ways.
Jin moves quick. It
Yeah.
almost was Jin.
Oh, it was at a 19?
It was a 19. Which means you do have a run-in with someone.
Which is?
Curious of who it's gonna be.
Curiouser and curiouser.
Who could this mysterious possible...
Hopefully it's not anyone.
Well, who is this mysterious possible assailant?
Possible assailant, possible run-in. It's another Yasha. No, I'm kidding.
Huh?
Oh shit.
I would be terrified. Actually, second Yasha wouldn't be as bad as a second of anybody else. Cause that
Actually,
would be terrifying.
It's probably the least worrisome. Look at.
Yeah.
It's actually someone you would recognize, Yasha, and much to your shock, as they kind of wave you down. It's the Yakuza you beat up. Well, not beat up, but beat in the dance off.
Oh!
Oh, he's alive.
Yep. Wearing a very, very particularly large pair of glasses, or sunglasses, and he looks a little bruised around some of his face, but it's fairly covered. But he waves you down.
Yeah. Just walk over and like, oh, are you okay?
He kind of pauses for a moment. He says, "Nothing that won't heal."
Hey, at least you're alive.
Yeah.
What can I do for you, Mr. Yakuza?
And he says, "Timur needs you and your friends. It's business."
Business. Thinking.
It's urgent too. So come by later
Is
today.
it?
Bring your friends.
Looking at Mordrin for guidance.
Mordrin just kind of looks at him, doesn't really say anything, but he does mention that like in his mind it's like it might have to be a you and Kyron again.
All right. With that from Mordrin, he'll just nod and says, "All right, I'll bring the one that helped me."
He kind of says, "Bring everyone." It's
Mordrin just kind of just squints.
Captain says it's important that he speaks with all of your mercenary friends.
What words of wisdom does Mordrin have with his mind speech? Because I'm sure he would be helping him.
In terms of like this, just like. Oh God.
Because it's this isn't just Yasha and Kyron he wants, so like
yeah.
Kinda, and Yasha's not the kind of person to be like, okay, Mordrin, we need to go. Mordrin doesn't want to go, and it's like he's not gonna force him, so it's like.
Yeah, be like, I guess Mordrin would ask just like, exactly why do they need all of us?
I mean, I guess technically, he doesn't know you're actually part of the group, so.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, he would, since Yakuza, he probably has information.
I mean, you guys all walked into the same club together and left together.
Did Timur say why necessarily? I know we didn't really enter any formal contracts yet.
And he says it's urgent business regarding some work you did. He needs to talk to you guys. Something to help you in future troubles that may have been happening or might be happening soon.
I see. Okay.
Nothing else I can't talk anymore about. Boss's orders.
Alright.
La Magenta. You know the place.
Nod.
With that, he steps away and leaves you guys on your way.
Maybe after he leaves, just thinking, Nasha's just like, maybe it would be good to bring those bombs.
He doesn't know about the bombs yet.
No, but he knows Kyron's looking for them. That's all he knows. And Yasha in his Yashiness has full faith Kyron will somehow get his hands on some.
Oh boy.
Because he's not one to have no faith in comrades, so.
Oh my god.
So Yasha like, maybe we should bring bombs.
God.
Mordrin.
Yeah, probably Mordrin wouldn't say to him, but it's going to be a coin toss of whether he actually listens to him or not.
Yeah. Well, if anything, Mordrin, I think. Can I use my insight to see if it's to get an idea if it might be like a good or bad situation that we're walking into? Kind of like, are we going there for good things, or are we gonna go there? I guess it's like the difference between going there to get talked down to or talked up to. You know, it's like the terms of the meeting. Did the guy's tone of voice give me the sense of feeling we're gonna get fucking chastised, or Timur's gonna possibly talk good about what we did, since it's pretty obvious what we did.
Go ahead and make the roll. We'll go ahead and make the roll.
Alright. It's a 10.
It's kind of hard for you to kind of guess, but considering that you did things for,
Did the thing.
You did things for him, it would be hard to consider what you did in, like, ill regard.
Yeah, It seems like the
Yeah.
case, but
And plus, we were already warned that, like, you take on a job for them once, they'll just keep putting you to work. But the fact that they need all of us now is concerning Morderin, and he does not like it one bit. That's his dilemma right now.
it's more like, why the hell do... Well, we can surmise two things. One, they don't like reaching... Yakuza, particularly, don't like reaching out to outside groups. That's seen as weak. And that's kind of, outsiders, right?
Hmm.
So why would they need to... Why would some group that doesn't like outsiders need a huge, mercenary force?
Yeah.
So it's... Maybe it might be best to go, because this might not even be a Yakuza thing anymore. So, it's at the very least, it's worth a listen. And hey, at the end of the day, we can just fight our way out, if necessary.
Yeah. I mean, Morderin is just like, he's not gonna say no.
Well,
Like,
that's
at this point. But will he say no later?
Yeah, Yasha understands that completely, and he fully
That
agrees.
is Morderin's thing at the moment.
And Yasha will say, I did say that we would not take any jobs until we finish the current one, and I don't think we found all the artifacts quite yet.
Yeah.
So we'll see. That said, it is time to move on.
Yep. You return for the most part unhindered by any more troubles.
Any more troublemakers?
Yep. And
how many people are back by the time they get home with their long ass walk?
it doesn't take very long for you guys to all meet up, but yeah, you're all back. More or less, you return not long after Kyron does.
Is Vico there?
Yep, Vico and Tessa are there.
Yasha, unfortunately to
Oh,
Morderin,
Morderin has accepted his fate. It's coming.
yeah, he can't help it.
Lamine, did you have any extra stuff?
Yeah. When she got back, after, I can only imagine she'd want to take a bath and all
Yeah,
that.
presumably,
During that
probably.
bath, she would cast detect magic on the vial. See if the little whatever liquid is left is magical. Then I want to talk to Tessa. Oh, might change depending on the results, but yeah. While she's just soaking, she'll detect magic, the liquid.
You scan over the liquids within the file, and it's fairly difficult to really tell if there is or isn't, but it doesn't seem to be any magical presence. At least what from what you're trying to scan with.
Okay. I will be wanting to talk to Tessa and Vico then probably when I get out.
Alright, well.
Out, dry off, and go see who's around.
Well, probably by the time you finish scanning and showering off or bathing off, you meet up with Kyron, and Vico and Tessa are also present. So there's the four of you. So you're just missing the boy and the child.
And we don't know which one is which at the moment.
I'll let you two sort that one out.
So.
I think you cut out if you're trying to...
I was getting Tessa's attention, yeah.
Oh.
So.
Tessa. Yeah, Tessa's present and she asks what's up.
Definitely not a hey, Tessa.
Yes, Kyron.
It's not even there. It's just a disembodied Kyron voice.
It's just like Lamine is just like, hey Tessa, and then she's like, yes, It's just you and me. What can I do for you?
One person. You or Vico good with chemicals?
I'm better at it than Vico is. Vico is better at testing them, so to speak.
By testing, you mean drinking?
Sometimes. In any case, what have you got?
I'll just hand her the vial. Might as well. The gym that I went to were distributing this very strange energy drink. Although it's not really much of an energy drink.
Interesting.
Truly. It had some very adverse side effects.
Adverse. Alright. I'll have a look at this. Might be a moment before I get results. But, yeah, I'll take a look into it. There isn't much of a sample to work with left, but we'll see what'll come up. And, with that, she gets to work.
Bouncing off that, actually. You said Vika was there?
Yeah, Vika was present as well.
Vico. And I just realized I didn't write down the dudes. The previous owner of that gym, his name was Riley.
Riley. Doesn't quite
Does
ring a
Vico
bell
know
with
of
me.
Riley?
He does not know of anyone named Riley.
That's fine.
This was a name. This was a nickname given to the samurai, so
Yeah.
Vika wouldn't be
Those
too
were-
familiar.
Shit. I don't know if that gym, not barely a gym. It's like a fighting
Gym of Gins.
Jim's
fighting
gym.
ring, whatever. I don't know if that place has an actual name.
What is the mortality rate for the fucking gym members?
200%. Jin kills you, then brings you back and kills you again.
It's just a bloodbath in there.
There wasn't really a name for this workout area.
Without any more information, I think it'd just be super vague and helpful. So
Yeah, you kind of
I'll
want
just
him
leave
to
it at
look
that.
into the samurai.
Guess if he has time. 'Cause otherwise, I was also going to be doing that.
Well, I can
when
go
I have
ahead
time.
and poke around in my spare time, see what turns up. Won't be easy. And he said he goes by the name of Riley. I don't know of any samurai named Riley. I know a few samurai, but no legendary swordsman by that name.
Apparently, he's holed up at the Sea District.
Sea District. Oh.
All the sailors and whatnot. I was planning on finding and talking to him myself, to be honest.
A muscle-bound half-elf. Well, I'm sure he'd be an interesting character to speak with. I'll leave you to that. Maybe I can look into seeing who he is by actual name.
Be helpful as well.
Indeed.
Indeed.
In any case, I shall look into that for you then.
Thank you.
But yeah, a legendary swordsman, muscle-bound half-elf.
Legendary muscle-bound half-elf.
Yep, legendary. All right, I'll see what your elf friend is, or who your elf friend is.
Elf friend.
Half-elf friend.
Good.
Yep.
Gouda.
Buddha.
Gouda.
Said that Karen's there now, yeah?
Yep. Kyron is present.
Karen. I'm gonna go
Karen.
nap on the couch.
Kyron, you find yourself with Vico and Tessa and an exhausted Lamine.
And a soon-to-be napping Lamine. Let's go lounge on the couch and pass out. Straight up.
I pay no heed to anybody in the room, and I retreat to my quarters.
That sounds about right.
The bomb guy has retreated.
Wonderful.
Oh good, he gets to miss the story.
Who gets to miss the story?
Tyron. Comes back out just for that.
Unless the Yasha waits.
While I'm in my room, I'm going to be trying to use my assorted knickknacks to kind of fashion a bomb bandolier.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
I guess after a few minutes, seeing as he doesn't know where Kyron is, Yasha will announce happily to the room that Mordrin won in a duel against a samurai.
Do you say this like the moment you get back? Wake
Yes.
Lamine up?
Yes.
Both?
He doesn't know what means asleep, so he just basically opens up the door and goes, Mordrin won a duel!
I saw
Well,
what
Vaiko
I'm
is just
doing,
like-
and I enter the room.
Vaiko's like, what?
He got challenged by a samurai, and he won.
Well,
set up from
look at
couch.
that.
And he beat them soundly too.
Yeah,
Well,
you
I
beat
would
up a
expect-
samurai. Wow. Not
I
bad.
expect nothing less. You went to school for it.
He's not wrong.
He's not wrong. Yeah.
Why should
I bet
anybody
that
be
is-
surprised about this?
It is to be expected.
It is hardly to be expected, I think. No offense to Mordorin.
Oh, no.
I don't think that-
I was expecting to lose. He was
Yeah,
just
but-
that terrible.
Nonsense. Don't sell yourself short.
Let's
Warner
see.
just takes one look at you, Kyron, and he just says, "All right. If we were to duel, how much money would you bet on me winning? Just weapons, no magic.
I like to bet on the underdog.
Then you would be losing money."
Apparently I've got plenty to spare.
Mordorin.
Let's see.
Yes?
I say with a keen smile.
I heard my name.
That's Lamine, which can only bode good things.
Oh boy.
No, when I was younger, I used to partake in many a duel.
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
Is it important to get into duels, Lamine? It seems like that's all people do around here.
That's potentially loaded question. Asha.
Is it?
Mortar just like looks at her, just like what? Are you asking for a duel from me now?
If you're a prospective duelist, perhaps.
I'm just asking you, what's everyone's fascination with duels?
I don't know, Yasha, and yet I feel inclined to accept.
I mean, you can hardly blame me. Wild animals don't really, duel each other.
That makes sense.
Vaiko sort of cuts in. He says, "It's kind of how it's kind of how many
deer do it.
It's a display of dominance, more, I think you could consider it.
Yeah, I suppose deer do that, but
in this city there's a lot of push and shove when it comes to things like strength. And in some ways, it's throwing around one's wealth as a show of strength. In the other, it's by the end of a blade. And the samurai tend to keep to the latter.
Much the same with nobility, honestly.
Yep.
Okay. Fuck it. He will say like if you are actually challenging me. I mean, I guess.
no, why would I
Yeah.
challenge you?
I
You're my
guess.
friend.
I'm challenging him.
Is this? Thinks about it.
Oh, this ought to be good.
This is kind of like the challenge you issued in that one club, isn't it? Can that be considered a duel?
I don't think
has
Morgan is
no
quite.
idea what is going on. He has no idea
I
what
don't
he's
think.
talking about. Even
I think Morgan is prepared for that sort of duel.
It's a duel, right?
he just looks confused and just like,
It's
huh?
like, what are you guys talking about?
Yeah. Cause he would not in a million years put two and two together. I understood. Mordred does not. I'm not even gonna roll for it. He just does not. Flat out
Oh,
does
you
not.
sweet, sweet summer child.
Sweet, sweet summer child.
It's true.
Anyways, after that we did see Jin though. He seems to be
That's
doing
wonderful.
well.
Jin
Right.
sighting.
Yeah, we sighted a Jin. He seemed busy
Oh, that-
doing something with entertainment stuff. I don't know what he's doing, but I hope he's doing well.
Kyron shrugs.
Let's see.
Grumbles.
Let's see. Then there was this halfling and his dog. That was extra interesting.
Sammy and Betsy.
And then Yasha, in great detail, describes to the party this halfling riding this oversized fucking old-looking dog. You ever know anyone like that, Vico?
I've never heard of anybody like that. Vico just deadpans like, what the fuck are you talking about? Who?
No, no, he was like,
kind of shrugs.
the dog was this big, looked like this, and the halfling was actually kind of short. But he was riding the dog, and he had a really interesting way of talking. Said
Short.
His name was Sammy.
Short for a halfling or short in general?
Short for a halfling, I think. Well, short enough to ride a oversized dog anyway.
It's about average size for a halfling.
Yasha doesn't really see halfling, so could be short. You'll just have to take that from Yasha's.
Short? How short?
God, what
Short
was
is
he
relative.
riding? Like a Great Dane?
Most people are short to Lamine, so she's kind of got a skewed perspective of things.
It's
That only
imagine
makes it worse because Yasha said it was short, so now you're probably imagining something really small.
it was more
Yeah.
like
Tiny. Tiny
It-
person.
it was more like an oversized bloodhound. Like one of those very droopy faced looking bloodhounds, but it's just like 3 times the size of an actual bloodhound.
Sick.
Yeah, the dog was as big as Lamine.
Okay, it wasn't that big, but it was big.
It's getting there.
Visibly looks confused, like what?
Yeah,
Oh,
and then he gave us a few interesting words. I have his business card here, and he says if you ever need good food, something about his wife cooking some really good pasta.
Oh,
I
say
Pie.
less.
I kind of
I'm
lost
there.
or pie. Well, this perhaps more useful to you than Kyron, but it was interesting. Anyways, last but not least, I did hear back from that Yakuza boss person. They apparently want our entire group to meet them tonight,
Tonight.
supposedly.
What for?
I asked, and they couldn't offer a good answer, but I can only assume it must have been for the work we did. But why
What
he would
work?
need all of us is I don't know.
What work?
You know- You know, Kyron, the freeway.
The overpass.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that checks out.
That whole.
Anyways, I don't know what he needs, but I find this very strange.
Yep, that's probably
As do
definitely a
I.
death trap.
I don't think
Because
any of us like.
Death traps, unlikely, but
Well,
I do not like it either way.
I do know that the Yakuza don't really like talking with outsiders, nor do, much less, having help from outsiders,
Almost as concerning as thinking that this is a death trap.
which was already kind of interesting that they would ask us for help, back then. Why would they need all of us now? I can only assume it must be something extremely major. Or good, but I don't think it's going to be that good.
Absolutely
the
not.
Yakuza. How could it be?
How can it be?
Well, we did help them.
Define we.
You know, me and Kyron.
Yeah.
But if it helps the party, I'm more than willing to say it's all of us that helped.
Yeah. More than welcome to take credit for what we do.
And that's how my walk went.
Kyron gives a small golf clap.
Golf clap. Not as crazy as usual, but still pretty interesting.
Nah, but good on you for being a little tame, wild child.
Little more and more tame.
I would like to say Mordrin helped with that just a little bit.
Today, Mordrin was the wild one. He beat that samurai in a duel.
Good on you, Mordrin, for kicking some random samurai guy's ass.
Thanks.
Yeah, thrash that dude.
Yep. And now apparently I'm going to get my ass kicked by Lamine.
In bed.
Why there?
Oh.
That is not a. Why was duel there? Like Mordrin just genuinely confused, just like.
Ordering. Sweetie, you're not still on that, are you?
By the way, this was the dog.
Yo, not on what?
Hold on. We'll put it
By the
here.
way, fucking Yasha looks proud of himself for putting that together.
Yep.
Good job. Good job, Yasha.
Mordrin's still fucking confused. Yes.
I want to wait around an hour for you to figure this out, like you did before.
It was 30 minutes. Wait.
Vaguely gestures like, yeah, you getting there?
Hold on, let me
Definitely
roll for
not-
it real quick.
Definitely not talking about a literal duel. Puppy.
Wait, why would Yasha not be talking about a literal duel?
In the background, Miss Tessa, can I get the juice in the fridge?
There is no juice.
What? Where'd it go?
We don't have juice.
I put a jug of it last night.
Jug of juice.
Oh no, where'd it go?
Vico drank it.
Vico drank it. Vico's like, oops.
Oops.
Well,
Just confused mortar noises as Yasha ruffles around in the fridge for a drink.
Fucking no idea. Still not getting it.
Mean is just like, okay, do I have the patience? How much do I care? How much do I want him to, like, suffer through this? How much do I want to suffer through this?
I'm gonna BRB real quick. Well, you guys debate over
bet.
the Yakuza thing.
We're not even debating with the Yakuza thing. We're debating.
We're not there yet.
We're
Give us a
debating on
minute.
how do we deal with Mordrin's
we're trying to get this.
stupid ass.
We're trying to get this slow train up the tracks on the hill.
But it's not even on the tracks yet.
Jesus Christ.
We still need to get to that point.
Kyron, did you find the bombs?
Oh hell yeah!
How many did you get?
I got 10.
That's a surprisingly large amount of bombs.
Yeah, well, it was
Bigger
only because I couldn't fit all 20 in my bag.
You did what?
It's a wonderful answer.
20. How big are these bombs?
Oh, I'll show you. I take 3 out.
Ooh.
So, not.
Here,
Oh.
check it out. I hand one to Yasha.
Oh, cool. Look, I just palms it over.
Mordrin basically has mage hand ready just in case. Just
Yas-
in case.
Watch.
To be fair, Yasha would be the last person to fumble anything dexterity
True,
based.
but Mordrin's not taking a chance.
I'm setting these up for what I call Plan B.
Blow things up.
I feel like that's a rather quick plan to go to when it comes to having something explode.
It's a versatile plan.
You don't want that to be a plan C or D?
It's gonna be whatever
I
plan it needs
personally
to
would
be
like
when
it
the
to be a
situation
plan
calls for it.
F at least.
We'll call it Plan A for at least.
No.
Well, it'll be our go-to then.
No.
Our go-to should not be explosion.
But it's
Anyway.
not. It's nice to know that if I ever need any more, I have a couple contacts down there to touch base with.
The
Also,
quantity of your bombs is not the issue here. It is the fact that you're able or willing to use them so readily.
Okay, I'm back.
For one, I think it'll be good to use against that Mecha Hydra thing.
Bingo.
Morden actually thinks about it. Okay, fair, but
This is why I said generally it shouldn't be our go-to.
I'll just have it handy for when we come across dire straits. Speaking of which, my contact down there was telling me that a few of the gangs run down there pretty frequently. Most notably the Kings and Khan's Navy. I think she told me.
I don't think I remember the Khan's Navy.
Khan's Navy is the new one by me, but she said they basically have a smuggling route set up to go through the guts.
Huh.
I think with your discussion with Date and Walter, he mentioned that them and the Lingzhu Order are they're the runner-ups, so to speak. The Khan's Navy mostly presides around the seaport areas.
Whatever the case may be, she's telling me that the gangs just kind of run around down there without any supervision. I mean, there's no Tetsu guard for...
No Tetsu guard.
ways about, and they have like a private neighborhood watch force.
Yep, they have their own volunteer force.
It's kind of outlaw territory down there, and very ornery to outsiders. Kind of getting the feeling that's just kind of how it's going to be around here.
Yeah, Vico kind of pipes up, is like, you went to the guts. Should have told me.
Well, I wasn't trying to waste nobody's time.
Well, you would have had a lot nicer time with me at your side. Funny enough, the guts is the only place I'm really welcome. In public, anyways.
Well, for what it's worth, I had a very pleasant time. Almost cut off a man's wrist, gave a few people some extra gold they didn't need.
Well...
Sorry, you almost did what?
The small details.
That seems like a Chiron thing to do.
Well,
It
wrist
does,
busting
but
is a bit cordial down there, but excessive gold might seem like an insult.
Well, nonetheless, I gave plenty of people a face to remember for when I go back down there.
Wonderful.
Maybe you should let me know next time you go down there. Folks aren't too keen on taking large amounts of money. It usually means they get a little bit more jingle in their pocket, and folks down there with not a lot of money might get a little greedy and hear that jingle.
I'll think about that next time. Maybe.
Yeah. Money doesn't go a long way down there, but charitable work tends to.
Nobody seemed to want my help with anything anyway.
Well, that's
Given the extra gold was about the most I could do for those people.
Well, that's kind of one's first impression, and given that you were outsider that was unattended, well, you were practically asking for trouble.
Trouble didn't seem to want to follow me none. Just a bunch of
That's fair.
sour looks.
If I was trouble, I'd also be like, I don't know about this one, guys.
You must have caught the guts on a very good day then. Seems like one of the watchers then kept you around, I guess.
Indeed. She seemed very wary of my presence, but I think I warmed up to her play fine.
I'm sure you did.
You sure did, buddy.
He sure did.
Folks down there are difficult to earn the trust of, but if you do really earn their trust, and I mean really earn their trust, they treat you like one of their own.
I imagine Chiron is like if you put a bowl and put something in the bowl in the microwave. Chiron's the stuff in the middle of the microwave.
Well, what the fuck kind of analogy is that? Hold on. What the fuck? What do you mean?
I like it.
I don't understand that analogy.
I've never been described before as the center of a piece of whatever being cooked in a microwave.
Yes, exactly.
Like the Hot Pocket?
Yeah, like the middle of a hot pocket. There we go.
Frozen?
Exactly. That's how it works.
Chiron is the middle of a hot pocket, confirmed.
Me and Frozen.
I genuinely don't understand what the fuck that analogy's supposed to mean. But okay.
I'm the center of a hot pocket, highly processed and frozen. Generally
Understand completely.
Oh god.
Trying to eat.
A hot pocket?
No, but it feels like it was how my nose is burning right now. God.
Maybe you shouldn't have thrown the analogy out there to begin with, and then you wouldn't have gotten yourself in this situation.
Fair.
Bruh. Oh my lord. Well,
All that said, I didn't really turn up with anything, but I got my bombs, which is the important part, and I can refill them.
seems like you lucked out
You
then.
finally got what you were looking for.
Bombs.
But I still haven't found what I'm looking for.
Wasn't what you were looking for?
Well, as a means to an end. Still got to deal with that loose end, so to speak, in that giant metal flying Hydra thing.
Ah.
That is the other half of what you're looking for?
Well, what me and the boy did I couldn't consider complete unless we finished up with that.
What if that's what he's
Whatever.
looking for?
Whatever helps you sleep at night, I suppose.
I don't sleep at night.
He
Never
technically
mind.
has a point. We don't sleep.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Do you want to get slapped? I will slap you. I will slap both of you.
Elves.
I mean,
Elves.
I suppose I got it coming.
Oh my lord.
Look at this team. We're gonna do great.
Hey, Tessa.
What?
What?
We got anything to eat around here?
No. I'll be
Fuck.
cooking something in an hour.
Shit. They have like no fucking pretzels or anything like that.
Just make something from the pantry. We've got instant ramen.
You need help, Tessa?
No, this is perfectly fine. It's chemical testing.
Oh, wait, you're chemical testing our dinner?
No, not the dinner. That's Lamine has tasked me with something. I'm gonna take care
Oh,
of
I
it, and then
see.
I'll cook. If you guys
no,
are
I mean-
hungry, just go and go.
You
and
have
treat
to offer to
yourselves.
help with cooking, not with the chemical
Oh.
testing.
Oh, well, if you'd like to, sure, go ahead.
He takes out the spice sack.
Spicy.
Spice sack? That thing I got in the first session.
Yasha's being spicy and lends a hand.
Let's spicy and lend a hand.
I resign myself to perish until food is prepared, and return to room to finish my bombardier.
Cheese card, okay.
Are you guys gonna go and discuss the Yakuza thing?
I'll keep my door open so I can be a part of the conversation.
I don't know what much there is to discuss that we already done.
I guess the next question is, what will the party do after
we're gonna go kick their ass, and we're gonna bomb the place.
Oh God.
No.
You know that's Catherine's place that they're at, right?
Ah, never mind then.
We centralized the bombing zone on the Yakuza.
Oh my god.
You only blow up the areas where the Yakuza are, specifically that, without damaging any of the property or anyone else.
I'm gonna ask Vico to help me set up a remote detonation system.
Okay, just hear me out. So I will take, we just have to wait for a level up, and then I'll take the meta magic feat, and then I just do whatever the feat is that can let me ignore stuff. There.
Oh,
Kidding.
hold on.
And also I'll learn Fireball in between somewhere. I'm just
Wait.
kidding.
Surprise.
Vico looks at your bombs and he's just like, remote detonation. Have you just considered a longer wick?
I mean, I suppose we could, but looking for a little bit of incognitus.
Hear me out.
But no clacker.
Okay, so you put the bomb with the Yakuza, and then you put the shield spell on him while he's still in there with the bomb.
Amazing.
I don't think shield will stop this bomb.
Shield dies in a mystical pod.
Yeah. I should probably give context. These bombs do 3d6 fire damage.
The shield spell will contain them as the bomb explodes. They'll become portable meat orbs.
Why would you phrase it like that?
I mean, I guess it's really up to, like... I mean, it seems like Kyron and Yasha are going. Is Lamine gonna go?
I'll tag along.
Yeah.
I think the best option would be for you guys to hang out downstairs like last time.
Yeah.
Come on, Battle Mommy, don't be such a bore.
Please.
Jesus.
Are we all calling Lamine Mommy now?
Looks askance at everyone.
Oh my lord.
Well, I mean, it's the boys thing, so he's got to take point, right?
Yes.
You'd be right.
So he goes in, hands drawn to his hips, and we walk in, arms crossed over the chest, like we got the biggest dick in the room.
Plan.
What does that even begin to mean?
I haven't the foggiest.
Well, if anybody
Or dominant things, that's all.
I see.
I guess I will take the time to think of an actual plan.
Hey,
We
I'm
need a
open to
plan?
suggestions. I'm just
there to
throwing
make
it
sure
out
that nothing happens.
Well,
to
it's like I told Mordrin earlier. At the very worst case situation, we could just fight our way out.
there. Well, that's always Plan B.
Considering the situations we get ourselves into, yes, that is often on the table.
I mean, it hasn't failed us yet.
We're still here, right?
We're still here.
And they're not.
I'm no
I cannot disagree with that logic. It's not my go-to, but don't disagree.
Well, I'm open to suggestions. That being said, what time are we leaving?
I would assume that they gave us the dude would have given a time, or at least a time frame.
He pretty much said like ASAP.
ASAP.
All right, we'll go after food.
Yeah. pretty much. Since he said ASAP, but also nighttime, I assume that this would be after an after dinner sort of thing. As being the two time criteria, ASAP and nighttime. So, you know.
Yep. Just let me know when we're leaving.
Or wait, well, no, it wouldn't be nighttime. It'd be whatever evening passes for. So.
God damn it! The passing of night.
Because Brosnov. Night.
Daytime right now.
Yeah, it's still fresh daytime.
I guess it would be more along the lines of what constitutes dinner time. So I don't know. For brevity's sake, let's just say it's after dinner.
It's mealtime.
I don't want to think about this too much longer. I don't want time problems.
It's mealtime.
I'm not an arithmetician class, but God help us all if I was. Like, hey boss, is his strength a multiple of 3?
No.
Alright. He takes half damage.
I'm just gonna say no to all of them, just to save me the trouble.
Okay, well I'm gonna use my intelligence score, which is a multiple of 5, to deal 45 damage then.
Cool.
So what did Tessa make?
Sobs come from both the player and the DM in this case.
What does Tessa make? Tessa makes...
I've been playing Pokemon Shield, so I'm just assuming everything's curry.
Everything's curry.
I was actually gonna say Tessa does make curry.
Oh boy!
And I get a long enough nap in where I'm not exhausted.
Oh, we'll nap. That's fine.
Yeah, I'll count it as basically you guys are resting.
Yeah.
Okay.
During this downtime of discussion, it's kind of like your rest time. So you're able to
definitely.
I'm so glad Lamine has had the nap because Mordrin really does not want to do that duel.
You did it. You healed 2 damage.
Four, as she's laying back down to the couch, because she has not moved this entire time, by the way.
Right.
She's been on the couch, and she's just laying back down, like, ain't moving.
Right.
Yeah.
back to sleep.
I have an app to finish, but first, Mordrin.
Yes.
Sex, dear. Gosh and I were being euphemistic.
Nice.
He just like stares at her, just like it looks like he's like.
He
Okay,
cannot even believe what he's hearing right now.
Like, wait, why did you say that word?
Kyron thumbs up.
And he's red.
Now that we
Amazing.
I'm so glad we have that sorted. I'm going back to sleep. I'm tired.
Enjoy your nap, lady.
I will, thank you. Lays back down.
A heckin' sleep.
Heckin' sleep.
Warden just looks at Yasha. Why?
Huh? he totally forgot about it at this point. Just what? Like he's moved on, so he's just like, what?
Kyron
just
from
points at napping Lamine, just like, did you not hear what she said?
She said sex. Yes.
Kyron from behind his bedroom door. Primal.
No one asked you.
Nobody ever does.
But that's what we know Kyron for. He's always there, telling us
Saying
things.
out here was a mistake. I can hear all
And just Morgan just kind of looks at Yasha, just like, I don't understand why you made that assumption.
Kyron goes, shh.
So make
She's
sure it's not my
asleep.
dog. Fine. He will lower his voice. Just be like, fine. She's asleep. Fine. Why did you make that assumption, Yasha?
I was making what you call a joke.
Haha.
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 Okay, I guess I would just have to get used to that sort of humor.
Yeah.
Oh
It's the
my
kind
god,
of,
Morgan.
it's the kind of humor I've heard Lamine and Kyron use a lot, so I'm trying it out.
Gonna give her conniptions.
Hey DM,
Yes.
if I said that I want to dismantle a bomb for the purposes of studying it and seeing if we are able to make one of our own, what are the chances that I blow up the house?
Death. Instant death.
Alright.
Don't light it on fire.
Alright,
No,
I
I'm
take
kidding.
my axe and I fell cleave it.
This this game, this bomb is more explosive than a James Bond fucking item.
Ah, alright.
I'll cleave the bomb.
A gentle nudge causes it to burst.
Well, shocking to everybody, Chiron ain't no fool.
Nah, but you
He-
can spend
If he-
some time disassembling it.
If
I mean, considering it has a wick, I don't think it's gonna explode unless you, like, fucking were working on it with metal gloves or something for some ungodly reason.
I just can't fully predict everything that the DMs are gonna do.
This is true.
This is also true. It's good to get
Yeah.
clarification.
Some
If the bomb is noticeably like volatile to the point of like I have to be like surgeon hands in order to dismantle the thing, then I'll probably just leave it alone. But if I can, you know, be a little like, okay, yeah, that, and comfortably move my hands and everything around in order to study the bomb proper, then I would like to do that as
Based on
well.
the description, it sounds like all you're gonna get is a cast iron ball and a bunch of gunpowder.
Just want to make sure there's nothing surprising to it as per
And a
Chiron's
wick,
MO.
I guess.
man.
Here's some. Here's the surprising thing. A little midget pops out.
Oh fuck!
That would be very surprising.
Would be very
Starts
surprising,
screaming.
yes. If it was screaming, I would be screaming back.
Throw it into the room.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's a bell pepper dog. A miniature bell pepper dog comes
Oh my
flying out
God.
of it.
Oh no, not that
Smash
thing
the thing
again.
fucking immediately.
Hunts into the stratosphere.
That's why Tessa's apartment blew up. Kyron saw that thing and he just immediately like torched his bombs collection. Just kill it.
I've heard awful stories about vegetable dogs.
Come on, celery dog
Things
wasn't that
they do.
bad.
All of them were bad.
No,
I
they
was
weren't.
allergic to pumpkin. It was the first thing that sprouted up.
Anyway,
It's
yeah,
true. That was more of a pumpkin spider though than a pumpkin dog, to be fair.
Fair enough.
fucking horrifying.
Reverting back to my question, DM. Are
Yes.
they too volatile for me to not so carefully pull them apart?
It looks like given that it requires like lighting up, like, you know, as Yasha described it, you require it runs out of a wick that you have to light up in order to basically
I'm assuming-
detonate it.
I'm assuming
Uh-huh.
Kyron has the ability to do that, but if he does it, that's fucking funny.
So you'd have to be purposefully like lighting this thing on fire
Okay.
to have you know.
Yeah.
God
Or
willing,
working with metal and stone surfaces for whatever
Yeah.
reason.
God willing, Kyron doesn't put two and two together and can't figure he's you know, as long as he doesn't use anything that causes any
Sparks.
sparks. Yeah,
Lord help him.
Lord
God
help
help
him.
us all.
But
Okay.
I have the utmost faith that Kyron knows that as long as he doesn't cause any sparks or
Sparks
keep it
bad.
near any flames,
Yeah. well,
he's not gonna blow up the apartment.
Yeah, he's not gonna intentionally like try to set the thing on fire
Yeah.
or anything like that. But he will give it like a shake to see like how packed with powder it is.
It's pretty well packed with material.
Okay.
The casing, as you know, the casing is a crude cast iron ball,
Sure.
with all of its material kind of shoved down the wick hole, and then the wick just kind of stuffed into it.
Okay. Well,
So-
once I finish my my studying of it, I'm gonna finish my bombalier, and I guess I'll enter a fucking trance until food's ready.
Yep. And in time, Tessa does a bit of research, makes food, and it is mealtime. And y'all have some
Yay,
tasty
Yay,
tasty
food.
curry.
Somebody gonna wake up the lady?
Mortar will make up the lady.
Yeah, he will.
You must do.
Food. You
You
got
must
to be
be
fed.
careful.
Yes,
You wait.
he will be careful. Especially after the conversation you just, well, not just had, but you know.
You have to be careful.
Don't worry about it.
You know,
I'm gonna-
if he's not careful, he might get snoo-snooed. That's his fear.
Oh shit.
Oh no!
No, it is
And he-
That is not a legitimate fear. Yet.
not yet.
Hmm.
That's what you get, like the red eyes and the intense face. Just yet.
Yet.
I'm gonna fashion a couple plates for Lamine and Mortarin and wait until they have their back and forth.
He wakes up easy.
Yeah.
The fuck?
It's just like, yeah.
That's not hard to get up. And then she's like, ooh, yes, food, hungry.
Yeah. See? There's no back and forth. Just like, I'm gonna wake up Lamine up. What do you think?
Sorry,
will be
Karen, it's
happening?
not interesting.
Yeah.
I just don't want to interrupt anything.
I'm in the living room.
I just
I'm
don't
right
want to
there.
interrupt anything. You know what they say, body language and everything. Then I turn around and go get my plate.
I hate that I'm understanding all of this now.
You're welcome.
How's the fucking curry?
It's pretty fucking good.
Delicious.
Mm,
I say this while actually being fucking hungry right now.
Are you actually
That's why I
hungry?
ate.
I am actually hungry.
Bruh,
Have you
get some
considered-
food.
I was gonna say, have you considered eating?
I refer back to what I said earlier about Kyron, and I will resign myself to perish.
Boss,
Alright,
no,
then.
go eat.
I respect our party member's wishes. If he wishes to perish, he should perish.
Well, I guess you're going to have to prepare to die.
It's what he wanted.
I've been prepared for this for 30 years.
Jesus.
it's been a long time coming.
Oh my lord.
I can't believe Grandpa's dead.
Fuck.
Oh no, there goes a crazy
God damn
uncle.
it.
Well, pretty much all Bordery could come up with in terms like of a plan of any sort would be, yeah, essentially what we did before. Have Yasha lead the way, probably with Kyron this time, but if they insist that both Mortar and Lamine go up, we go up. And then we have to just deal with whatever they say. But whether we agree or not will be dependent on, well, they want.
Indeed.
We'll play it by ear, like we do most things.
Right.
Yeah. But at least like a semblance of a plan. I've given up on planning for everything.
Not much to plan for, other than like dare to talk. Be aware that it may. Dealing with any gang might turn into something more than a talk. So
Yeah.
As
what-
it do.
Yeah.
So what,
and we
what-
we want to go everywhere prepped for a fight.
Right. That's what we should be planning for. Our
So-
plan should be for when everything goes to hell.
Yeah.
Well, as we mentioned, we would fight our way out there, but I'm be more concerned about the establishment more than anything.
Yeah.
So no collateral damage. Got it.
Well, it's more along the lines of what are we gonna do for Catherine's, Catherine and her bouncer. It's not exact. If we beat the bejesus out of those yakuza, you know, be kind
It'll
of
be a
worrisome.
last
What they would do.
resort, but I don't want to say this, but if it was between our lives and theirs, I would choose ours.
I mean,
mean-
I'm actually on the contrary of that. I think we should do what we can to try and protect them. We can take care of ourselves. We don't know how well they can take care of themselves.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, but I mean, like, if it was a definitive choice between us and them, I would choose us. If
Between us and the patron, or us and the Yakuza?
us and the patron.
The Patronus.
The Patronus.
The
Yeah.
owners.
Yeah, the owners. Yeah. Just like
Something of note that you should keep in mind is since you're going there during the day, there's not going to be really any customers, if any.
Right.
Yeah.
It is a nightclub.
Full of knights.
This is news to me.
Actually, it would be since you were out that session.
Oh, right.
Yeah. It's a nightclub. It's full of knights.
Oh god. You show up and the entire Bastion order is just all just chilling there.
and we leave immediately. Yakuza are not worth this.
Literally, like you hear like the pen scratch on a fucking turntable, like the whoop, and all the fucking knights stop what they're doing. Like it's a bunch of just dudes in full plate armor, just literally stopping what they're doing, and like you know,
over like, whoa,
look over like what the fuck.
who are these knaves?
And we leave.
That's our
But
cue.
yeah,
Yeah.
are we ready
Get-
to go, guys?
Where are we
Awkward.
going again?
La Magenta,
Oh.
the nightclub.
Magenta.
Oh, is that
Not tonight, though.
Is that the place?
Yeah.
It is
where,
tonight, right?
Yeah, it is tonight.
Not IRL tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
There's not
Yeah.
much go. I'm not gonna make it too much further. So
Okay.
you guys will
okay,
go to
with that
La
promise, then
Magenta.
we'll be fine.
We'll make it longer.
It's
Right.
it won't drag out a permitted permitting
Battle.
things.
Damn, you said it would be short. We're even here for 4 hours.
No,
You underestimate my power, DM.
I've tricked you. We'll be here for another 2
Fools.
hours.
Joke's on you. I'm into that shit.
Oh,
as the bags under your eyes just grow bigger and bigger by the second.
It's okay. I got blue light glasses specifically for this.
your eyes will now carry the bombs. 10 in each
You
eye.
fool! Those are yellow light glasses. They increase the amount of blue light your eyes do.
Oh!
I've made a mistake.
Fucker would do such a thing. It's like, yo, okay, so blue light glasses, they'll keep the blue light out. Okay, but what if we make glasses that, increases it?
I've made a mistake.
What a bastard.
It'll go with our rat bastard products.
Right.
In any
Alright.
case,
La Magenta.
yeah.
Oh, that's the place where Lamine got down and frisky on the floor, right? Is what you guys were telling me.
That is not entirely accurate. Know what you're meaning. That's not what happened.
That is definitely not what happened.
Yes, we did dance there.
Ah, okay. That's what I was getting at. Alright, well, let's go then. Shit.
I danced a lot that day.
Yeah.
Yeah, you really did though.
Yeah, you did. Even had Dancer even gave you a kiss.
Yeah. That was the first of many. Well, not really many, but the first of 2 that night.
Yeah.
Well, not to pick from the low-hanging fruit, but let's go get some.
Right. You make your way towards the La Magenta, and unsurprisingly, the place is well, it looks like it's closed, but doors open. And yeah, this time there's no thunderous music that shakes the walls. There's no cacophony of crowds or swarms of people gathered. It's pretty empty, and the lights have it fairly it's lit well, but it's the colorful lights and displays are not are not running.
Not nearly as loud
Yeah.
and boisterous.
In fact,
even.
it's quiet. Yeah, not a patron can be seen. You do see Catherine and Roy at the bar, and they both kind of wave to you guys.
Back.
And then, of course, as you spy the staircase, you see one of the Yakuza guards, the same guy that you had a dance-off with, Yasha.
Right.
He nods to you, and you see him gesture you guys up the stairs.
If I try to wait down there, will he basically be like, go up there?
Yeah. He basically says Timur wants to see all of you guys. And he brings up the rear to make sure that you guys all, go up there.
Ready to action.
Big dodge action.
Oh. You make your way upstairs, and to your surprise, there's no Yakuza. Where there was once a whole place crawling with well-dressed thugs and and the company of scantily clad courtesans is now just empty place with Timur sitting in his same corner and with the booth. His table much less disorganized, still covered with food and drinks and a big ol' cigar sitting in an ashtray. And as the Yakuza underling kind of brings you to the Vitten, Timur says, "All right, you can go, kid. I can take it from here." And without a word, he nods and walks off. Timur eyes the Yakuza as he makes his way down, and he doesn't say anything till he feels comfortable enough. He says, "All right. None of the guys are around. We don't need to be so formal this time, kiddo."
All right. Sits down.
This is your mercenary crew, yeah?
Yeah.
Hmm.
The ones we work together with, or rather, I work together with.
He kind of looks over each of you, and he grins. "You guys did a hell of a job back there."
If I may, that job was actually only 2 of us.
Even more impressive. Unfortunately, though, there's some things that we need to discuss about that job I had given you.
Tilts head.
Mostly the conditions upon which you were received that job. You see, how do I put this? Well, I mean, I spoke with you last time, Yasha. We Yakuza aren't too keen on having outside help.
As I've heard.
Now, here's the thing. Whenever I do come around to requesting the help, whether it is from my fellow members or even the outsiders, I never go out of my way to write such lovely crafted letters, so to speak. And it seems that this was the exception to the case. Now, I'm only telling you this mostly because, well, I feel partially responsible for, well, let's just say, things to come. And with that, he slides onto his table a newspaper. And he says, "This is tomorrow's headline." And you see on the on the paper, it shows various exploits and other things that have been going around the city. Many of which you guys are familiar with. Starting with local swordsman legend falls from grace. Entire block destroyed.
Oh boy, yeah, I remember that one.
I remember that one.
Yeah. Flying mechanical beast spotted in the skylines of Brosnov. Overpass absolutely devastated.
Yes, that was...
And then, Spectral Phantom Rider rides across the Hanging Gardens, resulting in the death of several dozen, and the wreckage of several thousand gold worth of train and track.
That was also us. Go, keep going.
Us too.
Towards the bottom, there is a descriptor saying that if you have any information regarding these individuals who have been sighted at some of these areas, please come forth to any nearby district Tetsu Guard or to Grand Central. In addition to these, in response to these mishaps and the rising violence of gang warfare that has been happening in the past days, we have been the High Marshal has declared has announced that the Tetsu Slayer Force will be present and in effect. Tetsu Guard will now be authorized to enforce heavier authority on the locals to ensure prosperity and peace is maintained.
Tetsu Slayer Force. I'm not familiar with that.
Well, thankfully, these descriptions are very vague of you. But, yeah, I'd keep a watch out for the Tetsu Guard if I were you. As for the Slayer Force, well, let's just say they're the wasps in the nest that you kicked.
I assume that they're much like the Tetsu Guard, but much worse.
Oh, far from the Tetsu Guard. They are definitely much worse. I don't know how long you guys have been in Brosnov, but have you ever heard of the wonders of Brosnov of mechanics?
Would I have?
Yes.
Brosnov mechanics. I apologize. What was that again? Something about Brosnov mechanics?
Brosnov mechanics. The wonders of Brosnov mechanics.
I've only heard stories.
Well, to put it simply, Brosnov boasts itself on its mechanical wonders, things to provide industry, and things to defend the home. And the Tetsu Guard, well, given that they are the right arm of the High Marshal, and the High Marshal himself is one of the great technocrats, they get all the fun toys, so to speak. This Slayer Force, the Slayer Force is, well, they're higher ups. They've diverted lots of resources into establishing this group. Came out of the creation after after the Syndicate and their whole mess.
I see.
Yep. And, well, I am a sympathetic man. And while I can't say that I was the one that started the fire, especially when I'm not the one who told you to go around blowing up buildings owned by famed swordsmen, or toppling guild-owned warehouses, I can definitely say I've at least had a hand in causing you trouble.
Laughs nervously. I guess Naosha wouldn't be super nervous. It'd be more like innocent, unaware of what he's done laughter.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't know.
Meanwhile, everybody else is like, oh, God.
And everyone else nervous laughter. Yasha, well, I don't know. I don't get why everyone's so upset, but okay.
I actually don't think Lamine would be all that upset. Not really.
I suppose, given the work of our mercenary company, it was only a matter of time.
Well, mercenary or not, you guys are in deep shit.
Sounds about right.
Furrows brows.
It's unfortunate, but such is the way things are.
I do thank you for the warning, however. It's good to know without being caught unaware.
Indeed. The Tetsu Force was going to spring this on the city overnight. They weren't even going to produce these headlines until after they started searching for you guys.
I see.
Yep. So I thought it prudent to be to offer some explanation and some options. Now, we don't have to decide on things immediately, but I feel it is important that we discuss some things.
Nods.
You see, when I had written that letter, how do I put it? This didn't come down from the chain of command. Not traditionally so. When we operate, there's usually someone up higher that gives the order, and then I task who handles it from there. I'm not the only captain, of course, but I'm the captain of this area. And whenever I'm given instruction, it comes down from on high, from one of the higher ups in the Yakuza. Strange folk. Seldom do I ever meet them. So I can't say that I've had much of an impression with them.
I suppose, what was it, it's all just, yeah, it's like, it all seems so secretive.
Indeed. But I can respect that. It's how they've kept themselves safe under the syndicate's thumb, so if it works. That being said, this was no ordinary task from on high. This one was tasked by someone else. An impersonator.
Impersonator?
Yes. Someone who seems to have known of you guys fairly well, in fact. As I've mentioned, those higher up I seldom do meet, and when instructions are given, either I come to them, or they simply pass down messages from a runner. In this instance, whoever was taking liberties out of posing as a Yakuza higher up had failed to make notice of the way we carry things out. But given the opportunity, I decided that I would play along with them, not knowing how bad the consequences would be.
I see.
Indeed. After we had met, it was not long after that I met with this individual who imparted some instructions for me regarding the guild and their activities. And so, with that, I was told to message you guys. I did, however, mention that I was in no position that I would not do this initially, simply because, well, the circumstances were just far strange, and it's not too irregular for a captain such as myself to question the higher ups. They've known my history long enough to know that even in my position, I'm not scared of them. However, this case was very different.
Strange. I do find it interesting that what was it? If I'm to understand out of character, it was a setup.
Indeed.
Basically.
Yep.
So
you guys were set up.
It was just like strange that someone would set us up, and if it's emulating what are the odd chances of an outside party emulating one of the higher ups? It would require a lot of knowledge.
Well, maybe not too much. If he was dumb enough to make his meeting with me like that. But I knew better. I questioned him, but I still played along. In any case, it seems now I understand why they wanted me to speak with you on this matter and deal with those merchant guild trucks. I mean, after all, having mercenaries knock off a few trucks and pissing off the guild isn't a big deal. But pissing off the guild and the Tetsu Guard, now that's something far, far greater. I didn't know you guys were carrying such weight around in this city. Had I known, I wouldn't have dared lift a finger to ask you.
Well, as polite as we are, I mean, simply here to help sometimes.
Well, helpful you have been, I'm sure. Unfortunately, your help's caught the wrong kind of attention.
DM.
Yes.
Can I make an insight check on this guy to see how on the money he is?
How, what the hell? Get out of here, McAfee. McAfee just randomly popped up, like, excuse you?
I'm the big trouble.
Can I help you? Anyways, yeah, make your insight.
Come on, baby. 26.
26. He seems pretty legit.
Okay.
Not unexpected.
Still just listening, arms crossed.
Yep.
Well, regarding the party this time, it's just who would have a who specifically would have it out for us. However, the ones that are against us typically would not resort to this kind of the ones that we know of would not stoop to such
Border
things.
is just like, oh, they're definitely.
I mean,
Yes.
Talk about it later.
In my head and not out in the open. Well, I guess at that point, should I even share?
Sure.
The only person that I can think of that comes to my mind is the Herald playing like some sort of overplot.
That would be an interesting way of doing it, considering that he would give anybody the heebie-jeebies upon appearing.
Mm-hmm.
You'd have to be pretty convinced to help someone who shows up like that.
Well, like also if he has some sort of like arcane ability, if he doesn't have like some sort of enchantment or anything over anybody, but also you guys have come across a lot more people than I have over the course of the game. So
I don't think Mordrin has told anyone yet that he knows that this thing is at least most likely some sort of demon. I don't think he's mentioned that.
Don't think so.
Yeah.
Nope, you have not.
However, I think your one chance meet with him has left quite the impression.
Yeah. But as far Mordrin wouldn't know what everybody else thinks. He would know.
definitely got it out for us, so.
I just don't have any inkling of thought of who else it could possibly be.
Yeah, I mean, Mordrin's on the same line, but he would know exactly how he's, like, this powerful to people.
Knows who we fucked with so far, so.
Yeah.
Not much, honestly. At least fuck with us in this manner. Obviously, Jin's not gonna be,
Yeah.
It was Jin in a very convincing disguise.
Yeah, I'm sure.
It was me, party. I did it.
I mean, I'm also immediately suspicious as Kyron of anybody that we've run into being like, oh, they're double playing us right now.
Seems pretty on par for Kyron.
Yeah, pretty on par for Kyron. Yeah. No. Yeah, Mordrin pretty dead set on who it could be.
Well, in any case, the damage is done.
Well, even if it had not been dealing damage to the convoy, I feel like this would have all happened anyway. So I'm very thankful for the warning.
Yep. I can do more than just give you a warning, however. Provided, of course, you do one task, not for the Yakuza, but for me.
What would that be?
Well, I suppose this would be more in benefit to you and the Yakuza, but given the situation, I have a personal stake in this, in a manner of speaking. I don't know how well you know about the rumors. Lady Yuki having been missing.
I have heard such things. Namely,
Yeah.
mostly last time I was here.
Well, people talk, especially in this damn bar. In any case, allow me to impart you some clarity in regards to this. Lady Yuki often makes these frequent outings like this. She'll vanish for a small time, and someone will start to overworry, and the rumor spreads that Lady Yuki has gone missing once more. This is nothing new. It happens every now and again, and those in the criminal underworld tend to never heed these rumors. As soon as someone takes up the search, she pops up again. It's just the manner of how she does her thing. This time, however, it's been, well, her absence has been rather prolonged. And while normally I don't take much concern for what the higher-ups do, I do have a bit of a personal connection with the lady herself. After all, she's the one that got me into working with the Yakuza.
Oh.
I suppose I could say that we're, by some extent, friends.
That's quite prestigious. Or so it would seem.
Nothing to flaunt about, I assure you. We've had a history. We've had a history from before I joined the Yakuza, and it was then hard times in which she was kind enough to help me. And since then, I simply played the ever obedient captain, with nothing but a front to posing as all the other Yakuza goons who fawn over her.
So it would seem.
Indeed. However, given that she is a good friend of mine who has gone out of her way to help eke out a life for me, I would have you help me with the task of finding her and ensuring that she is safe and well.
I would be honored to possibly do. Well, actually, you wouldn't say that right away. He just,
It's understandable.
He would say, I would personally endeavor to do my best, but you must understand the party is not of a single mind. I will try to. I will see what my friends have to say, but I personally will look out for her.
Indeed.
Though I know not where to start.
Well, you needn't have your answer now. This is simply an option, you see. I'm more than confident that Lady Yuki is able to contend with herself and keep herself safe. However, even as a friend who seldom worries, I cannot help but also be a bit concerned given her long disappearance. Furthermore, if you do decide to help me, well, that'll be to your benefit, as returning the good lady to her family would also assure that the Yakuza would be, to some degree, indebted to you. After all, she's not just any damsel on the poster boards. She is the head of the Yakuza's daughter, and the face of Yuki Wonderworks, after all.
That is a very large thing, to be sure.
Yep.
Is there any idea where to even begin, however? I feel like simply combing the city would not be a good start.
Well, there's a number of locations that she's frequented in her previous outings. Even I myself have joined her on a few of her escapades, so I could definitely be of service to aiding you. Unfortunately, all I have are just simply those leads, and she's not turned up at any of those locations in quite a while. But I suppose you could start from there.
It would be better than nothing.
Indeed. In any case, don't think over the details too much. Consider this an option for yourselves, and should you be willing, we can discuss more on the matter. For now, however, I leave you with tomorrow's headline, and, good luck.
I see.
We're gonna need it.
Yeah, thank you for that. Truly.
Yep. These are wild times. It's gonna be interesting seeing how the Tetsu Force come out this time. Last time we had this problem was the end of the Syndicate.
Really that long ago?
Yep, 3 years straight without any problems. After the whole fiasco with the Syndicate, the High Marshal pooled all his resources and put together some automata, some elite forces, and stormed the city of as many thugs and gang members as he could. Personally, too. It was quite terrifying. I don't think the High Marshal himself will be storming the streets, but I can definitely assure you that a Tetsu Guard will be even less amicable with its fine citizens.
Oh, they were hardly that to begin with, so we'll see.
Indeed.
We'll see.
Yep. I consider most of the Tetsu Force to be less than friendly if they lock eyes with you.
As if they haven't already.
Mm-hmm.
It's true.
Everyone knows the Tetsu Guard for their wonderful behavior, after all.
Yeah.
And their personable interactions.
They catch a bad rap for not being the kindest of folks, but now they have reason to be unkind.
How unfortunate. How unfortunate.
Before, it was fairly little provocation, and while there wasn't much breathing room to be given, now they'll offer none.
Things to consider for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I suppose that means even us, even we will have to avoid more law-filled areas.
Yep, I suggest you steer clear of Grand Central. And maybe Hanging Garden. The Tetsu Guard might not be sorry, let me try that again. The Tetsu Guard might be a pest of an issue there, but more so it'll be the guild, given that you've quite literally came to their abode and made a mess of the place. You do know that Spire belonged to the Merchants Guild headquarters, right? That was actually their most well-invested building.
Not at all.
I'm so sad. So sad.
Well,
So it's just like, no, I didn't know a single thing about that.
Internally, we're just like, oh man, what a terrible misfortune.
that's unfortunate. We're so sorry.
I'm sure even Tamura is the same way, just, wow, that sucks for them.
Yeah.
For me, Timur's just like, honestly, you guys did everyone a favor by absolutely fucking up that train and ruining their money. But now they have more reason to be looking for your asses.
Well, I never liked them much anyway, so that's fine.
Yeah. It's less of a matter of you piss them off and more of a matter of you have their attention.
Yeah.
Which is the not so
Just too
good
bad
part.
we can't say we did it on purpose.
Oh god,
Sorry.
imagine if they ask us, like, if for whatever reason they managed to ask us, we're just like, bro, we didn't even know that was your shit.
You took everything from us. We don't
Who
even
are
know
you?
who you are.
Yeah. I mean, you've wrecked up a guild warehouse, wrecked up a convoy, and then also wrecked up one of their spires.
All in a day's work.
All in a day's work.
All in a
Literally
damn
all in a
day's
day's
work.
work.
Yep. Yeah, it's a shame the old Duke isn't around to try and talk down the Tetsu Force. If the Syndicate was still here, he'd at least been able to try and negotiate something. Well, it hasn't been the first time he stayed Tetsugaard's hands before. Ah, those were glorious days.
The old times, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Before I got this out of nowhere, out in the middle of nowhere position, I actually used to work for the old leader.
Well, you wouldn't say the name. It's like, well, if you don't mind me asking, what was the syndicate like? I think none of us actually really quite know what that was like.
The syndicate? Well, for folks like me, it was paradise, really. Business was booming. The world was our oyster. It was a beautiful time. Anything we wanted the city to do, we could get it done. If the old Duke wanted to watch every cop jump up and down for a whole hour straight, he could get it done.
That's impressive.
Yep. This man could walk up to the technocrats and spit in their eye, and they would thank him for it.
Damn, that's impressive.
Yep. He had this city by the throat, and we got away with so many things. Many people prospered, and we got lots and lots of money. All at the misfortune of the technocrats. It was wonderful.
About the technocrats. I would say that's perhaps a good thing.
Well, perhaps, but it is down to them that their wealth keeps this city alive. After all, they're the ones paying to keep the lights on. They're the ones that keep the roads intact. Were it not for the technocrats, this city would be gone to the dogs. I suppose, at the end of his career, the Duke kind of came to that point. He realized even if he'd robbed the technocrats of their city, he could never truly hold it forever.
It's just the nature of it, then.
Yep. It was a wild dream that everyone had. That was really all it was. Just a dream that we all had to eventually wake up from. Shame it came out so violently.
Most often the times at the end of things tend to be violent. Things don't want to give up what they had at the end.
Oh yeah. Well, if it wasn't for the old Havoc, we would have actually turned over everything with less of a fight. The Warden of Brosnov was on our tail. The Tetsugaard's High Marshal was away, and only a matter of time before he was able to come back around and restore order. Truly, these were fun times, but we saw the end coming. And, of course, the old Duke grew conscious all at the end of it all. Mayhap for the better. Don't know how he's doing much these days, assuming he's even survived that crash.
I think he's doing well for himself.
Yeah. Are you sure about that? I don't know. When the Hanging Gardens was set ablaze, there wasn't really much left.
Well, I don't know much, but I feel like he's doing well for himself these days. Maybe not as he wants, but I feel like he's doing alright.
Well, if he ever shows his face around, that'll be an interesting conversation.
Oh, I'm sure.
In any case, watch yourselves out there. And feel free to swing by La Magenta. I know Catherine doesn't like my presence, but I really do try and keep the lights on and the trouble out of the door. But consider this sort of meeting less of a Yakuza-related one and more of a Timur-related one.
I see. It is a good meeting nonetheless, and I was happy to see you again.
Indeed. In any case, may want to also look into whoever you pissed off that, well, went out of their way to imitate the higher up in the Wonderworks.
That's really something, considering that's not something to do lightly either.
Indeed.
You don't have any particular leads or anything on that, would you?
Well, as much as I'd love to recall back who the hell I was talking about to, but everything about that whole meeting was more or less a blur.
Alright, well, we went to 100% to 105%.
Under 5%.
105%, alright.
The
Fine.
the gym of gins.
Yep.
Yes, group of gins. I don't want a group of gins. Anyway, I would rather take the herald with whatever else goddamn awful creature than a group of gins.
A group of gins,
A pack of 6 gins attack you.
if you will.
A gaggle of gins.
No,
A gaggle.
well, thank
A
you
clouder
for
of
the-
gins.
Thank you for the warning.
A murder of
We
gins, you
should
mean.
be going, guys. We should be going. Considering.
Alright, well, you guys
Alright,
head on
well,
out.
Yasuo will probably, not to the best of his ability, but try to give him a respectful Yakuza goodbye thing.
Mm.
He's not as eloquent as the others, obviously, but
Yeah.
most like, just like, thank you for everything kind of thing.
He just kind of sort of nods. He's just like, you don't need to be formal when there's no one around. That's all. It's
Oh.
all a bunch of Yakuza crap that I don't really care for. But they all
Oh.
like this crap, so.
Oh, I thought it was about being respectful.
Of course it is. And you should. Of course it is. And you'll be definitely showing respect around the Yakuza. But here, just us, you don't have to show anything.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Timur.
Indeed. Be careful out there, guys.
Perception
you.
check.
Yep.
An anvil lands in front of us as we leave. Just, whoa! Even here.
Even here. Jin spins
Oh,
around,
son of a
and
bitch.
he
What
almost
is this
slices you on the way in.
for?
Perception.
It's a
Are you
perception.
looking for anything or any dangers?
I'm looking for anybody.
Anybody?
Yeah, in case somebody caught wind that we were having this meeting, in case somebody has it out for Timur or something like that.
You spy an old elderly man in the rafters looking down at you.
Yep.
My ready action goes off and I fire my crossbow at him.
You see Jin in the rafters staring at you guys.
Fire my crossbow at him.
Jin
You only want-
everywhere.
He leaps down, but he singles out Lamine.
Man, this guy.
This
Would.
fucking guy.
Fucking would.
Yeah.
But with that,
I,
oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I'm suspicious of anybody like catching whiff of our conversation.
Nope. You guys have a completely private conversation. Even Catherine and Roy are keeping to themselves.
Okay.
And
Oh,
even the
looks like
Yakuza
we-
door guard or the stairway guard is like, he's out.
Nowhere near. Yeah.
Yeah.
Out.
Well, Lamine, I guess we're not having that duel anytime soon.
It's fine.
Yasha be like, what a shame.
Makes sad sword sounds.
Sad clanking sword.
Porter is just confused. It's just like, why would he be sad about this?
Sad sword noises.
I am sad for you.
I'm sad.
Sad dual noises.
How sad.
Wait, why would you be sad for me? Actually, you know what? Just in case it's the other thing that you're talking about later.
Oh,
Mean is confused now.
in any case,
She has no idea if these two are being euphemistic or not. Like, can't tell if you guys are. Alright.
She hurt herself in her confusion.
Mean is hurt
Lamine
herself.
thought she was gonna have a connection of Mortar is just the mastery, but now she has to contend with that and Yasha.
No.
Alright.
boy.
Um,
Well,
So
With
then
that-
we just return home then?
Yep, you make your way home
yep.
with the knowledge that you know that once night falls, the Tetsu Slayer force will be in effect.
Fuck 'em.
Ugh.
Yeah.
And while they don't know your faces exactly, I mean,
I would like to point
They-
out though,
they
there
are
is
going. Hmm?
one thing for the freeway heist thing. Yasha and Kyron did elect to cover up their faces.
True.
Although I don't know about Kyron after he met with that one Tetsu dude, but since Yasha was never in that position, he was covered the entire time at least.
Well, my face is always covered because
That's
of the way
that's
that my
fair,
helmet
because you're wearing a
is made.
fucking helmet.
Yeah.
Mhm.
As for Yasha though, he actually actively covered up and only took it off when he was done.
Son of a bitch, I might have to get my fucking leather coat that I destroyed that Lamine repaired for me.
puts on mask hopefully.
Dumb. I fucking know that reference. Well,
But-
the other instances you guys were cited, and like I said, they don't have exact descriptors. They just know that there's just a pack of people running around.
Fuckers.
There's just people running around.
Fuckers.
Yep.
Yeah.
They
Imagine
don't get
This is bound to happen.
they don't got much detail past that.
Yeah. If anything, it was actually a good thing that Timur warned them. Yasha considers that a win.
Yep.
Yeah.
A warning and an offer.
This was to be expected, but knowing that it's happening soon is nice to
Yeah.
know.
Yeah. But we should at least we should definitely warn Tessa and Maiko that this is happening.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yeah,
at least we should warn them.
See? Yasha being like, see, he didn't seem so bad. Sigh.
Fuck this guy.
You know this guy? Fuck this guy.
Border can't legitimately say fuck that guy after he like.
Basically, it's like, yo, bro, watch out for this fucker. Also,
Yeah.
if you want us to be indebted, you can do this thing. Anyway, I'm done giving you exposition. Thanks, bro.
I don't give a shit. Fuck that guy.
Yeah, hell with that guy. He's a fucker.
But Kyron, you'd fuck off anybody.
That's right.
Um,
Princess Yuki or whatever her name is. Fuck that bitch.
damn. She ain't even a princess. It's just Yuki.
Alright,
Lady
we'll
Yuki.
fuck her too.
Damn.
It's as they say, Kyron has no chill.
Yeah, you know.
I'm basically a walking sun. Fuck cold. Although I am led to
Definitely.
think her face is on like all of the billboards, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we know what she looks like, right?
I mean, that's the idea.
Presumably so.
Ostensibly, we do.
So how's a gal who's got her face literally all over Brosnov stay incognitus? That'll
Do
be a
that.
question for next session.
It'll be a question to
Please.
ponder when I can actually ponder on questions, and it's not.
Yep. It'll be another time. For now,
Alright.
we're gonna call it here. I'm
Are
start the
you
raid.
almost out of brain juice, Shen?
I'm
Alright.
low on brain.
Yeah.
Then we can begin with the experiment.
Excuse me? Excuse you, rather.
I'm going to marinate your brain in energy juice.
Why? No.
Drink
Don't do
more
this.
of the liquid. Alright, well, I'm a sign off on here. So, thank you guys for tuning in and watching. And if you're watching the VOD afterwards, thanks for checking it out. And have a great night. I'm gonna go raid Blue, and yeah, let's get this party started.
Ah.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take energy drink and mix it with pre-workout and see if I can't emulate the effects of that one liquid.
Oh
I don't need that.
Whoops,
no.
the raid
Not
canceled?
right now.
Oh no, the raid canceled.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh well.
Oh yes.
Start over again.
So, anyways, I'm going to make this thing. If my eyes aren't glowing like a warrior, I'm gonna be upset.
I am upset.
Said no, but honestly, you do you, man. Just don't give me taking it. Not
You gotta take it with me.
I'm not taking it with
I have so many things to add on my list now.